here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. Whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together.
did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just your style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same, or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way?
Hi everyone! In PUBG Mobile version 2.2, we'll officially release a new Battle Royale map, Nusa. Nusa is a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer tropical island. The island is bright and sunny and has beautiful beaches, rolling hills, and dense vegetation. In addition to the natural scenery, it also has many areas that have a unique style and combat characteristics. Without further ado, let's take a closer look now. As a whole, being a 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa is the smallest map PUBG Mobile has released to date. It also has the most compact structure among all the Battle Royale maps. We can make some comparisons by looking at the data. Erangel is 8 kilometers by 8 kilometers in size, and 100 players participate in each match. This means there is an average of 1.56 players per square kilometer. In Nusa, an average of 32 players fight in a 1 square kilometer area. Conflicts are intense, and players will start shooting right after landing. In the southern part of the map is a heart-shaped island. 2 paths connect this island with the gorgeous Pink Beach. The Ferris wheel and hot air balloon are both located on Pink Beach, which highlight the romantic atmosphere of the beach. But keep in mind that the terrain of Pink Beach is rather open and has little cover within a certain area. If players want to move around Pink Beach, they can do so with the help of smoke grenades to obscure enemies' vision, or push the beach balls on the beach and use them as moving cover. But if you do so, remember to keep an eye on their durability. In short, Pink Beach is beautiful and romantic, but you must take care if you plan to spend some time there. Bulan Bay is located in the northwest part of the island, and the coast is quite low there. The cliffs on both sides have a large height difference, and players can move between them with a zip line, utilizing the advantages of high ground. Players at the top can observe where enemies are moving in the bay. Meanwhile, players in the bay need to move around covertly. There is also a cavern connected to the sea in the northern part of Bulan Bay. Players can jump there directly. The cavern extends in all directions, and players can explore this area. In addition to the natural scenery, Nusa also has many urban areas, of which the largest is Telepak Town, which is located in the southeastern part of the map. Buildings are scattered everywhere in the urban area, and close-range street fights can break out at any time. There are premium apartment buildings in Telepak Town. These buildings have elevators that can be used, which adds another dynamic to searching, attacking, and defending in the building. For For example, players can set up an ambush in the elevator. By getting in and not selecting a floor, they can then give enemies a surprise when they enter to use the elevator. The rooftops of buildings in Telepack Town are also connected by zip lines, which gives players more flexibility in urban battles. If the zip line is destroyed, it can be repaired with a tactical crossbow. I believe Telepack Town will give players a unique 3D alley combat experience. If you like fast-paced battles and enjoy thrilling shootouts right after landing, you can land at the Science Center at the heart of the map. The design of the modern orbital satellite roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Each floor is spacious and contains lots of supplies, which attracts many players to loot this area. As you can imagine, very intense battles will break out between these floors. At the top of the Science Center is a rooftop with a multi-layer structure. Players can look far into the distance from here for a great visual advantage. However, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. If you want to land directly on the rooftop, you must check if there are enemies nearby to ensure your own safety. In short, if you're confident in your close-range shooting skills, you're welcome to land at the Science Center. Like the Science Center, Flame Village is also located at the center of the map. The terrain is quite low there, and the village is surrounded by mountain slopes. There are many huts in the village, and there are many places where you can stand on the beams of the huts. Players can climb or jump onto the beams to ambush other players. But there's one thing you mustn't forget. A tactical crossbow used with firebolts can set the huts on fire. This will expose the players hiding in them. Of course, firebolts will burn and deal damage to enemies when they are hit. In addition to huts, there are also brick buildings that cannot be set on fire in Flame Village. They occupy a large area, contain plenty of supplies, and are high conflict areas. If you're confident in your shooting skills, you can choose to land at Flame Village or Science Center at the heart of the map. It'll also be convenient for moving to areas along the edge. Other than the previously mentioned areas, this island also has winding and rugged mountain paths, a shipyard where the whistle roars, a regal resort with wide and open terrain, Sunset Street, which is planted with many banana trees, Crystal Bay, which has secret rooms, and more. These are all gorgeous locales that can bring players different gaming experiences. After hearing the above introduction, I'm sure players already understand what makes Noosa so uniquely fun. Lots of supplies for fast looting. The verticality of the terrain increases the strategic depth of battles. And the 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer size makes firefights inevitable. What are you waiting for? Gather your friends and enjoy a rowdy vacation on Noosa. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. See you next time!
ممكن يفعل اللاعب الاخير امام اللاعبين كثار يعملها مؤمن ولا ما يعملهاش هي اليمين ولا ما تقولش في الحضان يعطيها تكون هي للاحلام.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our second day of the finals right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. And we're, of course, back with all the action the Africa region has to offer. Now, over the past 3 weeks, we've seen these teams grinding their way across 60-plus matches for a seat at the finals table. And that, of course, resulted in yesterday where we saw Virtual Gaming rising to the occasion with 83 points for the day. They were, of course, followed very closely by 1 million, locking in a total of 80 points. Now, as we know, thanks to the bonus points, right, 1 million was able to hold on to pole position despite the efforts of the other teams. Now, today, we'll be looking to see whether or not they can actually hold on to the lead or if Titan Gaming will be halting their efforts on holding onto that pole position. But of course, my name is DK and I'm joined by none other than Ez Proxy. Ez, how are you feeling today?
Good, feeling ready for the action that is going to happen today. As we know, the teams are really going to have to push it. Yesterday was a phenomenal day with 6 different teams picking up our 6 different possible winner chicken dinners. So who knows what's going to happen today? DK, how are you feeling?
Pretty excited, right? As we know, the action is only going to build from this point moving forward. The team's already showing up to the party just yesterday, showing us, all the VOD reviews that they've done and what that all then culminates in all the information they've been able to just process. Of course, as we know, right? Some very, very exciting performances, but we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking. So be sure to hit us up on social media. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, as well as on TikTok, right? Be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa. And when you're there, tell us, what do you hope to see today? Who do you think is going to be the team sitting at the top of the log, right? Locking in the most points and just rising to whatever comes next, right? As we know, the teams are not only fighting for their share of the prize pool, they're playing for their share, or their opportunity, rather, to get the seats to move into the MEA Championship.
Absolutely, and of course the way that they can do that, or the way they have been doing that, is following this format structure, rather. Got you there. But of course, the league stage all complete and done. We're just moving into the finals, getting ready to see which teams are going to be making use of the most of their bonus points, and how they are going to be dealing with these 6 matches per day already. As you mentioned, we went from the league stages where it was only 4, maybe 5 matches if you were lucky for that extra Livic action on Sunday. Now it is straight into 6 per day, where you have to make sure you are at all times putting your best foot forward.
Yep, running full engine power, right? Operating on all cylinders, and I mean, it has resulted in some pretty phenomenal in gameplay coming through from these teams. But we are also then just going to be taking a quick look at the calendar to show you where we've been. What a long journey this has been for these teams, right? As I've mentioned before, it's been 3 weeks of gameplay. So that was over 60 games. Yesterday, they added 6 more to that. And of course, we still have today and tomorrow left. And these 2 days will be the deciding days to know who will be not only the team to be crowned the champion for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall season, but also who will be those top 6 teams moving through to the next stage.
Absolutely, who's going to be fighting it right to the possible last moments, and who's going to be reigning on top. As we know, there's a little bit of a, well, I would say a belt of defense that has to happen here for Virtual Gaming if they want to defend their title, if they want to take it 2 seasons in a row. Well, then they definitely need to do so. Yesterday, they just stepped up phenomenally as one of the teams to really put their best foot forward, taking some of the most points in total for the day. But we know it was pretty tough for the rest of the teams to actually just keep it up and keep moving forward, basically.
Yeah, and as we know, right, aside from the seats, they're also then playing for their share of our lovely prize pool here, sitting on $100,000. Already, each of the 20 teams locking in $2,500 in the league stage, purely just for participation. But it's in the finals where they get to increase that tally, right? Push it up. That pole position is worth $10,000. And it trickles all the way down to that 16th place, which is worth $1,000. But our MVP, right? Our most valuable player, as we would call it, probably the most cracked person in this match, right?
Oh, yes.
In this whole event. They're going to be walking away with an additional $1,000 added to the bank there. So yeah, it could be a really good payday.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the teams have been so stacked. The players in particular have been doing some incredible things. We obviously saw Senke yesterday picking up that massive I think it was a 3K spray down to take down the leaders on Miramar. So 14 eliminations on a winner chicken dinner for 1 million yesterday, thanks to the beautiful works of the members. And we know Titans, they've had some phenomenal individuals as well, like Axa, Teak, Puncher. I mean, P6 also just jumps on in with such phenomenal action. Definitely massive contention all around across all of our teams to see who's going to be that MVP at the end of finals.
Yeah, and of course, as we know, right, the way that they are going to be playing it out is these are our teams, our participating teams. Looking to see how much effort they can lock down as they progress through the proceedings of the day. And as we know, right, they can utilize the point structure so that winner chicken dinner, of course, being worth 15 points. From there, we move to second, which is 12 points. Third place with the lovely 10 points. And then it moves down, right, reducing by points all the way to at least that 8th to 13th position, which is then with an additional 1 point, or 8th to 12th place rather, which is worth 1 placement point. And then, of course, 13th to 16th position is not going to be worth any placement points. But the teams can, of course, make up for that with a 1 point being awarded per elimination. And as we know, right, yesterday, the teams really locking in. Titan Gaming, for instance, yesterday, they were able to find 40 eliminations.
Yeesh. Yeah, no. It's looking stacked. I mean, even Virtual Gaming, they picked up 51 placement points. And that's, again, the difference in focus, how these teams have been bringing in the points. We'll take a look at the overall later just so you can see how close it has actually been. But the way in which these teams have been fighting and what they've been focusing on as their niche, you know, as their little bit of spice into PUBG Mobile, that has really been catapulting them further and further because they've just been making use of the strengths they already had. And I mean, over all of the learning and development these teams have done, obviously a few extra things have been added on, you know, a few more pages in the rule book and the strategy book that they've been adding for themselves, and that's all going to culminate into today and tomorrow's games, as well as, well, still 6 more maps today, 6 more maps tomorrow to really bolster themselves on the overall standings.
Yeah, well, speaking about overall, let's take a look at those. As we know, it is going to be 1 million currently sitting up in pole position, 3 points ahead of Titan Gaming. Hard on their heels is going to be Virtual Gaming Squad, who we know brought in the most points yesterday, but as I've mentioned before, those bonus points, right, doing quite a few favorable things for 1 million and Titan Gaming. But out of our selection of teams that we have situated on this first page, I've got to say it's quite the satisfying position to see them in, right? But I'm today going to be putting a little bit more focus, if I could call it that, towards Desert Flame, Arab Golden, as well as the players then from Wave Esports, who we'll see on that second page. But, you know, these teams have already been working so hard through the league stage, now moving forward in towards the finals, and they still need that extra little bit of a push, right? 2 more days to push, and I'm hoping at this point that we can see the teams maintaining a good mental fortitude, right? Because we know this could get quite taxing.
Oh no, absolutely. And I mean, we saw yesterday for at least 5 maps, barring that one on Sanhok, we only had top 4 taking double digits. The rest of the times we had at least 5, maybe even 6 teams at the top of the scoreboards taking double-digit points, adding those to their tallies, helping them climb the leaderboards as much as they possibly can. And I agree with you, keeping an eye out on Desert Flame, Arab Golden, Wave Esports, even, you know, Zero Tolerance if we move on up, there is a massive opportunity for these teams to still close the gap. I mean, if we take a look from Seoul Esports position down to Desert Flame, it's a measly, 26 points that they need to catch up on. We've seen teams literally pick up 83 yesterday. So there's massive opportunities. We know these teams have what it takes. I mean, that there's a reason they're in the top 16 for PMPL Africa Fall in the first place. We just now need to see that coming to fruition today. And with the map pool that we're running, there's such a good balance of opportunities for the teams, especially those that have those particular maps. You know, those maps where if they get their boots on the ground, that is the map that they feel the most comfortable in. That is the map where they truly shine. So for Titans, you know, I think about Sanhok, naturally. For 1 million, I think about Miramar, even Erangel, actually. If I think about, you know, Virtual Gaming, I mean, they've been a little bit of a balance of all. Moving to Sanhok, moving into Miramar and Erangel, they've, you know, found that good balance of placements. So for those 3 teams at the bottom, they need to bring in their best foot forward today.
Yeah. I definitely need to bring out that best foot. And of course, speaking about best foot, right? Best feet, whichever way you want to use. In that example, we're giving much love out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. But aside from Monster, of course, we give a lot of thanks going out to Oppo as well. So, Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Reno 7 series. And if you, by now, don't know what they look like, it's these lovely phones just beside myself and Ez. Of course, some really exciting phones there. We've been talking about that orange one for the longest time. Turns out, yes, it's leather, right? But either which way, this has been an ongoing dispute off camera between us, figuring out what exactly it is. But either which way, of course, we're quite excited to see what's going to come through. But aside from the teams, the 3 teams sitting at the lower end of the standings, I'm also going to be looking at the teams that are sitting on that second page that found winner chicken dinners yesterday, right? So I want to see them bring and continue to build on those efforts. So Zero Tolerance, for instance, as well as Blackjack Esports, both these teams sitting on the second page locked in their respective winner chicken dinners yesterday. Now today, we want to see them build that momentum, push it even further. And of course, what better way to do it than on a nice array, great selection of maps that the teams are going to be playing through.
As we said, a fantastic balance of opportunities. 2 helpings of both Miramar, Sanhok, and then of course we add Erangel just at the end just to get the teams, back to the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile, but then we just repeat the cycle, Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel all the way through. So it's not a complicated, system. There's no teams or, maps just swapping in and around. The teams know what they're going to be in store for, and we know what we're in store for, so we shouldn't be getting confused either, hopefully. But as we mentioned, those winner chicken dinners from yesterday, we had 6 different winner chicken dinners, and what was crazy for me is if you take a look at just the overall points that these teams were picking up, we had the highest winner chicken dinner winners picking up 29 points, and the lowest being 22. So that means yesterday, with our 6 different winner chicken dinners, they were picking up at minimum 7 eliminations with the 15 placement points they were already adding to their tally. So it was massive performances from our winners that really helped them catapult up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and of course, today I hope they've got those catapults locked and loaded and ready to roll, right? Maybe aim it even a bit higher than what they had it set for just yesterday, right? I mean, that would be quite fantastic to see that dark horse performance comes through, right? Teams sitting at the lower ends just absolutely bulldozing their way through the proceedings. But as we know, of course, our very first map for the day is going to be over on towards Miramar, heading straight into a little bit of that lovely desert action. And this is where things will be kind of coming out, right? We'll get to see what the teams have in store moving into the second day. I'm expecting an improvement on yesterday's performance because that's what we've been seeing over the proceedings over the previous 3 weeks, right? So I want to see even more of those strategies now being deployed as the teams move up. But of course, what are we looking at with regards to flight path for today? You thought you were going to get away from it, right? But here it is.
I was really hoping I was going to get away from it. Okay, Miramar. Okay, I don't want it to go towards Chumasera.
Okay.
So,
little vague,
I mean?
but sure. Like, we'll work with it.
I don't want it to go to the south, the southwest. That way.
Okay. Right. Sure.
Yes.
Okay, we know where you don't want it. It's
Yes.
vague, but maybe that's vague enough for the PUBG RNG gods to know exactly what not to do, right? So we'll
Yes.
see how it goes. But of course, as we know, the plane is just getting warmed up. The players are making sure they're all buckled in, locked and loaded, and ready to roll. I gotta say, I don't really care too much where the flight path is gonna be. I'm more excited about what that zone could bring. So at this point, I'm pretty open. Maybe we go for what you don't want. Maybe it turns into quite an additional bit of a change up. But of course, love to hear what the viewers are thinking, right? Be sure to let us know. Hit us up on socials. You saw them a few moments ago. Tell us what you think the flight path is going to be before we get into this very first match. Of course, well, I hope you answered before we jump across, because here we go, moving into our very first game of day number 2 in the finals for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Flight path is coming in from that western side, as I don't see Chumasera in front of us. Instead, Chumasera is slightly off to the right-hand side, right alongside that wing at the moment. So the lovely Pozzo down below, and it is pulling all the way across towards Impala. So a slightly southern zone, but still very centralized.
Well, like you said, maybe the zone might still go where I don't want it to go. Yes, yes. You know, this reverse psychology, I think it's working more on me than it is working on the game. So I don't know if it's really going to be helping us at this point. But what was interesting for me, and a point that I picked up yesterday, is we obviously saw virtual gaming immediately stepping up their game. And that was a massive, massive point. Even that first, Miramar of the day yesterday, it was virtual gaming taking the dub. And it was massive for them to take that against 1 million, because it was that immediate just reminder of saying, hey, 1 million, remember last season? Yeah, I won that, and I'm looking to do the exact same thing. And we saw virtual gaming massively stepping up in the finals weekend. And I'm curious to see if, once again, based on yesterday's performances, if we're going to continue to see that trend for virtual gaming moving into the rest of the weekend.
I mean, what a beautiful story it would be, right? If 1 million stepped up and they locked in the victory, right? We can see them currently sitting up in pole position, but virtual gaming is keeping it pretty tight, right? So they're hot on their heels. I think it's going to be quite the fight between these two teams, but then we also got to add in, one of the favorites there, Titan Gaming. We've seen them really bring in such a strong effort through the entirety of League. Now, moving into the finals, still a very contentious position to find themselves situated in, right? We know yesterday Titans locked in a grand total of 76 points. So it's very competitive between our top three teams. But I'd love to see a team like Leaders Esports or even Slime 4KT stepping up and just looking to bring a major upset to the overall standings.
I mean, Slime 4KT, yesterday they picked up that winner-winner chicken dinner, right? So we know that it's 100% possible. They were actually our last winner-winner chicken dinner of the day there towards Erangel. So it was an interesting way to finish it off with a massive, massive performance of the teams. And they were so consistent in that first week of league play, actually taking the top spot, even on Live, picking up some massive, massive eliminations thanks to Koa. And just overall great consistency. So it would be lovely to see a return of that once again, and just see them just lighting up their engines, moving full throttle into Miramar and showcasing a little bit of the action. But there's still many other teams that also are looking to replicate that efforts. As you mentioned, we were looking at those three teams on the second page, like Desert Flame, who are currently very, very close to Slime 4KT there towards Hacienda del Patron. And I mean, Arab Golden and Wave Esports, in their own locations, obviously getting their loots up, getting themselves firmly set into this next phase. Just interesting that all three of those teams are on that northwestern band of the zone right now. So, yeah, I don't know if they're grouping up like on purpose. It's like they heard us.
All I know is great minds think alike, right?
True.
So maybe they know something that we just haven't figured out yet. And I'm looking forward to seeing what it could be, right? Maybe it's a OP clutch coming through, and they're just like, haha, bam, here we are.
Surprise.
Yeah, so we got to keep our eyes glued to the screen to see what exactly the teams have in store for us. But got to say, I'm really, really appreciative of the efforts the teams brought in yesterday, right? Great showing coming through. As you said already before, we saw 6 different teams stepping up, locking in those winner-winner chicken dinners. And that just speaks to the caliber of these teams, right? Speaks to the caliber of the competition. It's a very competitive position they find themselves in. And I'm loving the growth that the scene is experiencing as well, right? We see teams really locking in their efforts. And we've mentioned this in league stage, right? Teams changing so much from that first week in league to the third week. And now looking from league into finals, there's even more evolution coming in.
Yeah, I mean, they get forced into that position, right? Because you can't just sit back and let the rest of your opponents just run away from you in terms of points. I mean, there has to be that return. You have to do, sit down, do the VOD analysis, maybe just have a chat with the team and see where you might be going right, where you might, not be going so right. But you can still have an opportunity to modify that moving into especially a weekend like these finals. And the teams have been doing phenomenally at that. I mean, from a day break to, a 5-day break to an 8-day break, we saw massive leaps in the abilities of these teams and just the strategies they were pulling in, the small, and I need to reiterate that, small adjustments that they are making that are having such a massive impact, especially into their late game play. So, I mean, there I'm talking about, those rotations. I'm talking about just the way in which they're dropping or taking those initial looting phases. We saw all of the teams getting to a similar mind space in terms of, okay, this is what needs to be done. This is where we don't want to go, but this is where we need to go. And it's been so good to see them in the midst of all this chaos being able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about adaptations, we've seen the players there from Seoul Esports also change it up. We know yesterday for both Miramars, they were dropping towards that southern edge of Los Leones, right? For today, they've settled for El Azahar. So a nice little bit of a change coming through there. As they say, a change is good as a holiday. So maybe that's what they needed, right? Just to bring in that little bit of an adaptation. And who knows, maybe it could work out quite favorably for them. We know, of course, yesterday they were able to secure those 10 eliminations and the 5 placement points overall, putting them on a grand total of 15 points for the day. But as we know, right, that's not the be-all and end-all, because thankfully there's such a thing as bonus points. So that, of course, then resulted in the players from Seoul Esports, as we can see at the top of the screen, sitting on 77 points overall.
Oof. No, it's been so good to see these teams really stepping up in their own ways. I mean, we talked about that crazy clutch that we saw in Miramar from Ramsey in particular that really set us off. Then Senke had to come on through and pick up a spray of their own to showcase, hey, we can also do that. And all of the teams, again, following suit. We even had yesterday that duplication of 1 million and Titan picking up each other's, exact same points, 14 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner right back to back, as if they were making a massive statement saying, hey, if you can do it, well, guess what? We can do it too. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be duplicating who today and who is looking to change the narrative as we move into the first Miramar.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to see a big change on that narrative, but I'm also not gonna. Honestly, I won't say no to a little bit of contention coming through between 1 million and Titan Gaming, right?
Oh, it's
these
spicy.
two teams, absolute monsters. They are. It's insane to think that at this level, if one team does something, the other team can replicate those efforts. Go tit for tat. That's it. Like, boom, there you go, right? You bring a 50-match game, sure, fantastic. We'll do it too, right? A 50 points day, rather. Let me rephrase. So these teams have been neck in neck all the way, but we're not at the finish just yet, right? There's still several opportunities for them to continue on with their rivalry. But for the time being, we are seeing, though, that the teams are starting to converge in towards that more centered zone, right? Starting to show a little bit more focus into that territory. Of course, the players here from Triple Esports, they have a few visitors towards the north, several visitors towards that southern edge. But it's all going to come down to what the timing of these plays will be.
Yeah, as you can see, of course, one round and like Esports just rotating alongside each other, heading into the southern portion of Los Leones. Slowly but surely, they're taking their time and they're making sure that they do this as safely as they possibly can, because as we can see, there's a few dangers lurking in the midst. And Knights, I'm not sure if they spotted up Cow, but we'll wait and see if it's going to happen. So much damage now being applied. But Knights just narrowly escaping the leads, the bullets that are being applied. And hopefully now this is where one round can make that decision. Do they go in on this? Do they rotate out?
Yeah, thankfully for Knight, Kakao was showing a lot of trigger discipline, right? Not jumping at that opportunity. Otherwise, it would have been a very, very swift scouting mission coming out there. But as you can see, the proceedings of the team still focusing further and further towards the zone. Of course, if you're wondering where Titan Gaming is, they are just on the western edge as well as the southern edge, out in the blue zone, looking to lock in their rotations. As we know, right, they like to take that wide spread. But of course, speaking about wide spreads, it is going to be lag and one round. Now getting into even more altercations. Kakao at least having a little bit of that reinforcement. But that will allow them now to focus their efforts and pick up that trade on towards Escanor.
Oh, I love just how quick and snappy TEAMLAG are being with these sprays. Not giving one round any, not too much time to really set up their angles here. They're just doing quick pop-up, get the damage in, go down, trying to keep their HP bars in check as much as they possibly can. And then meanwhile, we've got Chico sneaking on up, seeing if they can make anything happen here. Of course, we know keeping their heads on the swivel, because there's so many teams. We can already see Myth just up to the north of this location, looking if they want to get involved or not. And Lag Esports already taking one. Titans and Arab Golden, the only two teams to still get themselves out of the blue zone, while the rest are sitting comfortably, maybe just starting with a few spats here and there.
Well, nothing wrong with a few of those spats to come on through, as we know. Aside from these two teams that we're looking at right now, Lag and One Round, we do have Wave and Slime 4KT up towards that northern edge. We also then have Virtual Gaming and the players here from VST situated towards the western side. So I'm loving the approach the teams are coming with here, right? Taking all these different altercations and that, of course, being spread out, not waiting until they get into that center zone to let fate kind of show them where they should go. Instead, they're stepping up, being proactive, and trying to lock in a really strong position.
Trying to get themselves set up into the best possible positions and get a bit of momentum moving on into the rest of the map. But of course, VST now, and Fevo in particular, trying to just narrowly escape the line of fire here being produced by Zeus as they move on in for these rotations. For now, they should be alright to get themselves set up. But what's the plan here? Both of these teams running a 3-1 setup at the moment, obviously with the three very close to one another, looking to see how they can breach these compounds and take it even further, while Zuxi just tries to, well, be a bit of a distraction on the further end.
Yeah, that Zuxi could be quite a bit of a distraction, right? As we know, they are quite some distance away, but that opens up a few opportunities now for the remainder of the team. It's a Brood, Hensley, and of course Fevo. We saw them really locking in the aggression just yesterday, but where will they rise to today, right? 32 eliminations in total for them just yesterday. Of course, it is going to be Alpha Luigi. Now, just showing us how hot and competitive it's getting as they get lit on fire. Of course, jumping off of the height, that vehicle going boom. And this opens up the door for VST now to come rushing in. And just to greet them nice and warmly. But of course, it is going to be Alpha Luigi to get traded. Or sorry, Gaddafi to get traded next.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, the plan there was just to make sure that they were on the same level as the rest of their teammates so they could get that res in. But of course, VST not going to let that one slide. Going to be moving on in for the elim as much as they possibly can, especially with the 3-1 setup that Visual Gaming are currently holding. Zeus on the back line now trying to catch on up. This is going to be quite a bit of a tough one here for the duo from Virtual Gaming to keep it alive, to keep it going here, and see if they can maybe get a bit of revenge.
Well, these efforts definitely need to be dialed up because we see the players here from 1 million also moving about just towards that eastern side. So whichever way VST and Virtual Gaming look to take this, they better act quite swiftly. But fortunately for the players here from Virtual Gaming, right, they're also having that spread. As you mentioned, Zeus sitting on the back end there, but it is going to be it's Abud now rushing straight on forward. And of course, none other than One Shot greeting them with open barrels, open sights, and taking them right on down, putting a very abrupt end to the proceedings here for VST Gaming.
Oh, yeah, no, they're probably going to be shocked with that one. Definitely not thinking that that's the way it was going to go, but just phenomenal work here from Virtual Gaming to keep themselves in it. How long they're going to be lasting is going to be up to Arab Golden, of course, who are just jumping into the zone just to the north of their current position. Obviously setting themselves up a little bit more, focusing on those placements and rotations while Virtual Gaming try to recover their HP bars, get those consumables up to scratch, and maybe get a few extra bits of ammo, because this next phase is going to be absolutely stacked with teams. I mean, other than one round, the furthest team for rotation is Titans, and it's not far. It's really not a far jump into the zone.
Yeah, they're right here behind them, as you can see them just off in the distance thanks to Senke. But, that's not going to be all of it. The teams still have to find a strong point to play from. They need to set up those anchor points. As we can, of course, see several hits now flying up in towards the players here from Team Myths. Titans trying to adopt that 2-2 split once again. We see P6 and Puncher already getting that anchor point situated within the zone. But now it's up to Teak and Axo, who are turning their attention towards Zeus. And this could bring quite the upset into the frontline play for Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've already just picked up those 4 eliminations. They want to see how far they can really take that. But, it's just so juicy. Zeus looking for those opportunities, spotting out, a wild Axa and Teak making their rotations up into the zone and just trying their luck at this point in time. Of course, now the 2 here from Titans, a little bit isolated from the rest, up against the 3 here from Virtual Gaming, should they choose to continue this aggression. Because, of course, we know this is out on the outskirts of the zone, DK.
Yeah, speaking about outskirts, as we look over to the eastern side, we see a very similar kind of position, right? Lag and Zero Tolerance also just fighting on the very edge with the addition of Blackjack over towards that western side. But now, this is going to be that opportunity for Zero Tolerance to show us how they can utilize the slight bit of a push that they are bringing through, coming in from that eastern side, right? Still trying to create a bit of an opening. We know that they were able to lock in that winner chicken dinner just yesterday, but will they be able to replicate those efforts and succeed once again?
All the questions in the minds, and of course, now that zone shift is really going to give a massive opportunity to 1 million Myth Triple Esports, who have themselves firmly set. I mean, I'm leaning a little bit here towards Myth and their current position. 1 million there with potential height capabilities, but we'll have to wait and see where they're going to really touch on down with that position. Now, zero tolerance here and lag. Oh, a little bit of damage, but how far are they going to take it?
Oh, it does seem like Lag is trying to line it up, right? Coming in with that 2-2 split. Keeping two players back, it is going to be Kakao and A9Q. Meanwhile, 1-9 and Fantasy now on the front line. Sorry, it's the other way around. We've got A9Q and Fantasy on the front line. Getting ready to bring in the aggression here already. That first knock coming through on towards A9Q. Now that does change up the approach. But Fantasy now just trying to put a little bit more distance between themselves. Kakao also now moving in, trying to just bring in that extra bit of fighting power. And here we have the utilities getting cooked up. Now, this is going to be an important position for Zero Tolerance to try and play, right? Still trying to create that opening, finding some form of success at the expense of Lag. But Zero Tolerance now need to try and dial it up if they're looking to close the door on Lag.
And if they're looking to close the gap between themselves and that zone, as we can see, 370 meters away from the edge of the new phase. So they really do need to get a move on. And of course, we can see Blackjack just being that obstacle to move on closer. But now 1 round in some trouble here, DK.
Oh, up comes the bush, right? This is going to be Seoul Esports now pulling in right alongside them. Of course, Omar will get hit as the shots connect on through. And again, those third-party angles really coming in here. But again, are they going to be able to push and try and lock in these positions? Seoul Esports now have their numbers starting to dwindle, reduced down to only Rauf, we can see, trying to find a little bit of a more secure position to hold. Meanwhile, it is going to be Titan Gaming and Virtual Gaming fighting for possession of the southwestern side of the zone.
Well, there's a flame getting sent back into the lobby, unfortunately, but still plenty of opportunities here for the rest of these fantastic teams. Titans now in a bit of spot of trouble with Virtual Gaming moving on in, just taking out Puncher down to the ground, looking for that recovery. And unfortunately, it won't be an option any longer. It's only P6 now left up against quite a plethora of teams. Arab Golden and Virtual Gaming staring down their position.
Yeah, but it is going to be Virtual Gaming and Arab Golden for the time being, looking to kind of lock in the edge of zone. We got Ilias and the rest of the team now trying to quickly patch themselves up. They've taken a little bit of damage, but good awareness being shown onto the position here of Alpha Luigi. But Alpha Luigi just letting it rip, finding a bit of that damage up in towards Ilias. But now, right, this is going to be an important play as Arab Golden trying to see if they can get themselves resituated in towards that zone. We see a little bit of that leapfrog coming in, but is that going to be sufficient to secure them a fighting point?
It's going to be the question here, as we can see a little bit of action as well with Wave Esports now being the next team to send on back into the lobby. Arab Golden still with a few stragglers out into the blue zone, trying desperately to get themselves closer and closer, but Virtual Gaming just applying so much pressure. I don't even know how Ban is going to be making a dash into the zone as well at this point.
Well, we'll have to wait as the Ban. I don't know what is going to be on the cards here. As you can see, Ban now trying to just run through that smoke road. Maybe trying to get a sneaky position. But as we know, 1 million on the opposite end. So that is going to open up Ban to several angles being played towards them. Zeus spotting out that opportunity. But unfortunately, Ban, or rather fortunately for Arab Golden, Ban is able to sneak their way on through. But that is not going to be enough as P6 now joins the party here and puts that knock straight in.
Yeah, you can't discount any of the members here of Titans. We know what phenomenal individuals are within this team. And Arab Golden now down to only a member to try and get the rest back up on their feet to take themselves even further into the zone. As you can see, Virtual Gaming also making their approach. Seoul Esports, at least Rauf, up ahead of them. So we'll have to wait and see how they manage that. But, oh, Arab Golden just in such a tough position here because even once they recover, again, P6 still here to apply the damage.
Not only that, right, that zone is going to move up once again, adding even more pressure to these teams. So they definitely need to focus on getting that positional play now locked in. Ban going to be trying to stay ahead of the blue, but it is quite the challenge, as we can see the rest of the team also not looking too favorable with regards to this health pass. But P6 now trying to make a quick mad dash forward. It is going to be a beautiful response coming through from Slime, capitalizing on that third-party angle. And this allows a little bit of continuation now for P6 to creep even closer to 1 million.
Oh, just looking for any and every possible little bit of gap. Just an opportunity to move on closer and closer. Angelo now going to be the next member up here to take a dash into the zone. Just narrowly escaping here the bullets from Venom, who are trying to apply so much pressure. But of course, we can see that is still going to continue as Slime for KT now turn their attention towards zero tolerance. And they are just firing it up.
Yeah, Slime 4KT on the prowl, but who's also on the prowl is going to be Leaders as they now step up and take down one round Esports, sending them back in that 12th position. Zero tolerance will then also fall towards the shots coming in at Slime 4KT and Triple Esports. Just get up such a contentious angle towards that northern side. But again, the team's now having another opportunity to evolve this even further, right? Leaders trying to still get themselves situated within the zone, but they are in a relatively congested area.
Yeah, I mean, up towards the north, it's only Slime 4KT now that Zero Tolerance has been taken out. So Slime 4KT, they can rest easy, while the rest of the teams, as we can see on that mini-map, just moving on in from the south, and at least, you know, a handful, 2 teams in particular, moving on in from the east, as we can see in particular. That is Blackjack Esports right alongside Triple, with Leaders now giving a hand and moving Blackjack Esports down to only 1 member, which is, of course, Phonics, to try and move on further in.
Now that adds quite a bit of complexity to the situation, but you know, PRZ is just gonna say, you know what, thank you so much for that beautiful position. I'm gonna capitalize on it and you know, just put an end to yet another team. Down to 7 we are. It is gonna be Virtual Gaming to fall next, as they are also then finding a bit of difficulty surviving towards that southern edge. And I mean, still a lot of congestion being shown in the area.
As we can see, that zone shift is really going to favor the likes of Slime 4KT and Triple Esports, while the rest, well, the rest are going to have to butt up shoulders, you know, go hand in hand into the zone. As we can see, Leaders now moving on in here with Lag's positioning.
Oh, come on. This is going to be the push. Lag now finding a bit of a play here, but not out of the woods just yet, right? Leaders still holding some numbers. You can see 1 million now moving forward. It's going to be Shadow and trying to capitalize on that, but it is instead Black 7 to stop them in that approach. Myth now meeting up alongside 1 million as we see Lazy Boy getting taken down, and all their hopes now turns to surely only Venom as Moment goes down for the side of Myth. We got Brody right there on the side trying to bring in that extra bit of assistance, and that does work out for them beautifully as Sanhok and Myth now move forward to put an end to 1 million.
Oh, that is massive, giving themselves the space needed. Myth, at least now, they have a little bit of an opportunity moving on forward. Of course, Lag and PRZ here from Leaders Esports is still going to provide just a tad of an obstacle moving on into this next phase of the zone. And PRZ, going to get sniped out of Miramar thanks to Triple Esports.
Oh, I mean, it's not so often that we see those ranged hits coming through at this point in the game, but here we are, right down to only 4. It is going to be Slime and Triple rocking up to the party with a full squad. Myth now still trying to make something happen, but Slime has a really determining answer to that as they put a stop to their proceedings. Now, Lag still going to be holding on with 2. Yes, we can see it's Fantasy and Cacao moving from that southern side, but Triple and Slime, they've got the zone under lockdown.
Oh, absolutely, they do. They have had it for so long alongside Storm and Slime 4KT, rather, here, moving on into this next phase. But Lag just narrowly finding themselves a position in the zone. Again, it is a 2-on-4 for them, whichever team they choose to take on here. They are just trying to isolate at least one of them, or at least 2 of the players, which could be Plaza and Storm moving on in. But the best hope is that they can just try and hope that Triple Esports and Slime would take themselves out, but it's all down to Fantasy.
Oh, Blaza now sending out his utilities, trying to create that little bit of suspense. But Lag trying to just hold on for dear life. And there we have it. It is going to be Blaza to seal their fate. Now, Slime Triple having to face off for this winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oh, move it on in. It is going to be the fall from Slime4KT and the fall from Triple Esports to keep us in suspense here, DK, on the edge of our seats to see who's going to be taking it.
Of course, Triple Esports, as we know, right? A very contentious position they're holding. But they do find themselves on the outskirts of zone. Slime now being absolutely blessed by their position. Oh, are going to get absolute payback for that as Pronto gets taken down. Chemo's suffering a very similar fate at the hand there of Storm. But Storm not done just yet. We got Koa on the front line there as well. So very aggressive showing coming here from Slime4KT. But I'm loving the approach coming in from Triple Esports as we have Seven Reef now just trying to flank around the edge, trying to play a bit of an opportunistic position here. But up comes the vehicle. Could this be that ceiling play now to lock in Slime? Well, they do almost find one. Oh, but now it puts them in such a vulnerable position. Chemos and the rest of the squad there from Triple still trying to push on forward. But Slime making it so difficult.
I think M7MD is going to be the playmaker here with that flanking position. They need to find at least Koa or potentially even Plaza if they can reach on down just to give Triple Esports a line in.
Oh, Koa now finding yet another hit. The push is on. It is going to be Koa to get spotted. The sprays come in. Black 7 puts them down. Now Plaza Storm, the final two contenders, looking to defend the honor here of Slime4KT. But with that, it is going to be Chemos to get knocked down once again. And Triple Esports now relying solely on the performance coming through from Black 7. But we can see Chemos now looking to push a little bit further forward. Storm getting a little bit cheeky, moving up with that buggy. Maybe that could provide the necessary hard cover they need, but for the time being, it is going to be solely reliant on that ridge. Up comes the nade, and that is going to be the end of the road as Slime4KT secure themselves a glorious winner chicken dinner, 14 eliminations strong.
I mean, 14 eliminations that we ended with the perfect nade. Oh, I love that, Storm. You're an absolute legend. Please do more of that. Bring more of that, especially into Sanhok. I want all of that utility. But massive shout out here to Slime4KT for finally matching Titans and 1 Million's performance yesterday, picking up those 29 overall points. Now we have a third team that has done the exact same thing.
Yeah, copy-paste, right? Copy-paste, and it is quite scary to think the teams all possess the capability to do some insane things out on these matches. But very well-deserved winner chicken dinner going to Slime4KT. The very first one right here in day 2. Gotta love the suspense that these teams are giving us. But that is only the second winner chicken dinner for Slime4KT, right? So they are the first team to hit those, the 2 chickens. But of course, now Slime, again, 29 points. But Triple Esports locking in some very much needed points, right? 20 points to their name.
Oh, it's delicious. And once again, our top 5 are picking up the double digits. This time with at least the second team picking up 20 plus. Again, a massive shout out to Slime because my brain just realized they ended the day yesterday with the winner chicken dinner. They started the day with a winner chicken dinner. So if you want to talk about continuing that momentum, well, there's the prime example. There's the prime definition of continuing that momentum from day in to day out. Moving on in, again, some fantastic eliminations that we're seeing here. I mean, 1 million virtual gaming leaders. Take your pick. Everyone picking up a really healthy dose of those eliminations, making up for whatever placements didn't really work their way. But as we know, if we have such a top-heavy first page, if we have such a, I want to say greedy first page, how's that second page going to be looking like?
Well, I mean, here's our answer, right? It's going to be Titans and Blackjack sitting on 3 points apiece with 1 round and Wave then locking in their respective 2 points. But again, the pattern emerges, right? We got 3, 2, 1. And then we have Soul Esports and Desert Flame at the bottom of the page, walking away with a bag of donuts each. But as we know, Soul coming into today looking quite strong. But Desert Flame, they can't afford to sit in these positions, right? They really need to lock it in. Unfortunately for them, there's still 5 more matches to go to bring in the necessary adjustments and improvements.
Oh no, absolutely. Massive opportunities here still for the teams. Again, it just comes down to what they can make happen and how, you know, the RNG is going to be playing out in for the rest of the day. It's already not, you know, the reverse psychology is already not working for me in terms of that flight path in that zone. So I'm gonna switch it up today. I'm gonna switch it up. You know, I'm gonna see if that works. I don't know. I want some Chumacera. I want a zone ending in Chumacera.
Can't argue with that. But I love the approach coming through here from Slime, as you mentioned, right? They locked in that last chicken of the day while we move into the highlights from this past match in which we saw, well, I mean, these are a few of the highlights from the days so far that we've had, right? Some very, very exciting performances that, of course, coming through from yesterday where we had one of our crazy fights erupting over in Sanhok. But as we know, right, Slime, they started off the day in 5th with 121 points. Now, adding on the 29 to that puts them on a very comfortable 150, right? So, if 1 million and Titans didn't find anything, we know they did, right? They locked in 9 points that we saw for the side of 1 million. But regardless of these points, it is a strong effort being brought through by Slime, now trying to close that gap. And we could see a little bit of a change up when we take a look at those overall rankings a little bit later on.
A great opportunity, and this is what we want to see from the teams, right? That continuation, that consistency is always going to be key in PUBG Mobile, no matter where we're at in terms of the PMPL Africa Fall season, in terms of any PMPL or any sort of tournament that they might be facing. It's that consistency, whether that is consistently finding yourself in the top 5 placement, consistently finding yourself picking up at least 10 points, who knows? Whatever it is, whatever it works for the teams, eliminations, placements, you name it, just take it into every single game. And then we could really be seeing once again such a healthy overall standing, leading to a very exciting final moment here in the weekend of championship. But of course, overall rankings, here they are, 1 million leading the pack currently with at least 9 points ahead of Titans.
Yeah, I mean, 9 points ahead of Titans, but 14 points ahead of Slime 4KT. And as we saw, the strong efforts being brought through, I mean, Slime, it seems like they've got their eyes set on achieving even more than what they did just yesterday. So I think it's going to be a very contentious day, especially looking at our top 5 teams, right? Some heavy hitters sitting right here. Leaders, Virtual Gaming, Slime 4KT, Titan, and 1 million. I mean, wow, we've seen these teams just show their potential, show what they can bring. And of course, they're letting even more out of the bag as we progress further and further through the finals.
Yeah, no, they have to. They have to put all of their cards on the table because we know the rest of the teams are just going to be stepping it up time in and time out. But of course, Triple Esports, they're within 8th position with 88 points. The only team on this side of things that hasn't reached those triple digits just yet. Still good opportunities though as we move to our second page just to see where everyone else is currently sitting. Of course, 88 to 86. So 2 points away for TEAMLAG to jump on into that first page and just take over the position here of Triple Esports. All one round. I mean, they're tied. They can do either. We have another set of twinsies there in 11th and 12th position with 77 points each. And it moves on in a very healthy manner as we go down to 16th.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a few changes come through, right? Lag jumping from 11th up into 9th. And, of course, the players from Seoul getting moved from where they were down into that 12th position. So, it is a few of the upsets. Of course, Seoul was sitting up in 9th place. So we're having just that a little bit of a hot seat happening on the second page. But we're expecting to see even more of that as there's, like you've already said, right? Not a lot separating the top of the second page from the teams at the lower end of the first page, right? So one strong match could change up that whole positional play altogether. So looking at what the teams are going to be bringing through as we are, of course, approaching a little bit of that Sanhok action, the teams are going to be presented with some great close quarter positions to see whether or not they can dial it up and maybe find even more success. But of course, let's now take a look and see what our schedule looks like as the teams are going to be moving into that extra bit of Sanhok, after which we close it up with Erangel. But again, right, looking at Sanhok, it is that opportunity for the teams to step up, play a lot more aggressively, but also slow the pacing down, right? Miramar, the team step up, they just bring in all these extra few disruptions. But of course, on Sanhok, a map that we expect to be absolutely insane, it does take a little bit of time. Of course, we also know it's the map on which we see all those lovely blue zone heal strats come into play. 1 million doing it once again just yesterday. But a little bit of an adaptation coming through in that approach. But let's see what the teams are going to be doing as we are, of course, on our way, right? The plane is warming up, the engines are roaring, and now we're just waiting to see where the players are going to be looking to jump on down. Of course, moving into the map of Sanhok, we know the flight path is not all too important. What is going to be more important is where that first initial zone will be forming and then, of course, where the teams are going to be dropping down and then looking to make their rotations from. So it is going to be quite an exciting one. We have seen over the previous days that the teams like to sometimes jump in for a little bit of that bootcamp action. But yesterday, bootcamp was entirely vacant, entirely open for teams to just move around and go wherever they choose. But of course, as we are getting ready to jump in, right? Where are you not wanting to see the first bit of action happen on this match?
No, wait, I said I'm going to reverse the reverse psychology. Yes? I'm just going to say what I want. I want cave. Okay?
Yes.
I want the final zone to end in cave. I want these teams to duke it on out in the craziest points of Sanhok. So bring it to me, please. Please. I'm asking nicely.
Okay, well, I mean, cave could be a pretty exciting play. Of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking, right? So be sure to hit us up on social media. You can let us know on YouTube as well as on Facebook and TikTok. Be sure to include the hashtag PMPL Africa alongside your answers. So tell us what you want to see come through in the Sanhok match. Who do you want to take that winner chicken dinner? And of course, more importantly, and this is something I've been wondering about, right? Have you stick to your team that you started supporting from the beginning? Or have you maybe changed seats along the way?
That's going to be a question. You know, we mentioned that there was some really compelling storylines from a lot of these teams, but of course that is going to continue as we move into our first Sanhok of the day. The jungle is here, DK. The lovely, lovely green and blue, beautiful, beautiful art right on top of us. Oh, it's so good to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be that opportunity for even more rumbling in the jungle, right? Make it till you make it, I guess. We know yesterday it was that opportunity for Zero Tolerance to lock in their first winner chicken dinner, walking away with 7 eliminations. But VST, alongside leaders, were the 2 most aggressive teams, right? Each of these teams picking up 9 eliminations each. So I'm going to be looking to see if any other teams could maybe improve on those efforts, or will we have those replications coming in?
Oh, good opportunities, and we are getting very close to cave. Okay, the flight zone, the flight path has already lied. Okay, look, there's still an opportunity. We have seen crazier shifts. All right,
Yes.
I'm gonna stay positive. I think it's kind of working. The reverse of the reverse psychology, aka just saying what I want. I think it could work.
Yeah, but see it, I first have to ask what you don't want, and then you reverse the reverse. You see. So there's a trick, I guess, going at this. Even so much so that my phone even thinks that I'm talking to them. But either which way, we are going to be looking at a little bit of that aggressive start coming through in towards Camp Charlie, as we've got a Wave and Ab Golden getting into a lovely early altercation. Wiz now not looking too great. I mean, pretty low on that health bar, very isolated from the rest of the team. And this is definitely not the kind of approach you want coming in to the very first Sanhok of the day.
Oh, was you know, I mean, they have an S12K. They have 5 bandages. They just don't have any time to apply said bandages. But maybe if Rhino just keeps walking, just keep walking. Don't think about it. Don't look at the grass too hard. Maybe Wiz can just ninja themselves out of this. But Seven Reef unfortunately cannot, and they will be the first player to send back into the lobby.
Yeah, they of course taking a bit of that altercation up in towards Ruins. And again, Triple Esports also with a very, very spread out approach. We see M7MD positioned just a little bit further towards the northern edge, right up in towards Trifecta. And then Black 7 and Chemos finds themselves on that northwestern island alongside Slime 4KT. So the team's definitely trying to spread themselves out as much as they can find. But Wiz still being able to remain alive for the time being allows the opportunity for Angelo and Ban now to come in and potentially bring in that extra bit of assistance.
Oh, that's what you would hope for in this situation. But again, timing is going to be everything. We have seen these crazy dash for recovery before. And again, was literally on a sliver of HP with only a S12K, 5 bandages to work with. I mean, actually less bandages now with that HP bar. So, okay, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here. Span is moving on in, desperately trying to help on out. But Rhino, with their current position, I mean, if they're keeping an eye out on the surrounding area from that elevated angle, I don't see how the rest of the team is going to be able to move on in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty tough call, but we'll have to keep our eyes on them to see whether or not it actually works out in their favor, right? For the time being, as we know, aside from the few altercations that we've had, we are seeing a little bit more movement come through, right? For instance, Desert Flame going to be pushing up towards that center zone, pulling in alongside Zero Tolerance. And of course, well, a warm welcome is going to be what greets them there as they move in. And we can see that exchange coming through in the feed. But of course, the teams towards the southern edge, right? Wave, App Golden. Oh! Rhino with a DBS, right?
Surprise,
Beautiful. How you
surprise.
doing?
Oh, we love to see it. These shotguns are so good. But of course, Desert Flame Esports, on the other hand, now they need to replicate that. I mean, they definitely need to replicate their HP bars getting up to a bit of a healthier standing. And the rest of the teams are looking to maybe just foil their plans a little bit. Zero Tolerance here running an interesting split, so we'll have to wait and see if they're going to continue this or if they're just going to leave Desert Flame to, their own devices moving on in. They're still looting up. They still want to get themselves set up. So it's okay. It's all right. The zone has officially obviously started moving just a few seconds ago, and the rest of the teams slowly but surely should be making their way in. Question I have today is, what is the strategy 1 million is going to be bringing in? Because we saw both the blue zone strat coming in yesterday, but also the not so blue zone with everyone moving on into the zone, everyone looking for a little bit of that action towards the final moments. So maybe it can still happen here.
I think it's a healthy approach for 1 million to try and change it up, right? Because making the blue zone heal strat your backup plan instead of your plan A, I think it's a way more viable approach to go, right? It allows for even more aggression, and also you've got more players to help distribute the carnage, right? So it's going to be an interesting one to see whether or not they're going to be going for that full-on scene and then potentially maybe adapting the blue zone heal strat. I think where the zone's going to be moving and the amount of teams still alive at that point will be the determining factor as to which approach they're going to be taking.
Basically that. So as we take a look at this, what I want to understand is exactly what Desert Flame are planning here, because I've been watching the movements. They're still stuck in between Zero Tolerance and Titans, which is which is not anywhere I would ever want to be finding myself. But it's okay. I'll keep an eye on that while we keep an eye out on what's happening here with 1 round and VST. Just a little bit of damage back and forth as they are looking for any and every elimination.
Yeah, what definitely is happening is a lot of spraying, right? But I'm liking this elevation being held here by 1 round, right? They now just need to find those angles on towards VST. Of course, VST's position is also quite an amazing one, right? They've got control of some extra hard cover, so it does open up a few opportunities, but it's also somewhat limiting to the exact angles that they are able to play. But nothing wrong with a little bit of a repositioning, as it does seem like they're moving even closer now to 1 round to try and just take a full-on up-frontal show of aggression.
That is the opportunity, and that is obviously the angle that a lot of these teams want to, roll with. But of course, I'm standing in anticipation to see where that zone is. Of course. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yes.
Whatever. It centers up. Okay. Whatever. Okay.
So now we got to reverse it, right?
And then reverse it again to throw them
No,
off.
I don't know. No, one thing at a time. One thing at a time, right? Maybe we're making it way too complex. But either which way, as we can see, we have a little bit of congestion happening towards that center zone. But of course, leaders are going to be bringing through their lovely boatation on Is Your Favorite Boat.
Yay! My favorite boat indeed. This is literally the best boat, and no one can at me about it. Okay, I don't care about your speed boats. I don't care about your army looking like boats. This is the best one.
You can call that one the blubber ducky.
The blubber ducky.
Yes, because it looks like a dolphin or something, right? So you can call it the blubber ducky.
Yes.
It's not exactly a rubber ducky, but you know what? A blubber duck. It's fine. That will work.
It's a blubber duck rotation. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, they blubber ducking around outside.
Always just
whichever
going
which
for it.
way.
Just-
But speaking
just-
about outside, right? 1 round are now, just outside of line of sight of Zero Tolerance. As we can see them now just cresting that hilltop. But Lord, keeping a slow, steady angle. And I mean, still, we see that very spread out approach coming through from Zero Tolerance.
Yeah, no, they're going to continue that for the time being. They already had a bit of a warning sign with Desert Flame. They don't want to take chances with any other teams now as well, just to add on top of their already, a little bit stressful of situations here, especially currently considering, their numbers. They're at least one member down. Don't want to take any extra chances, all right? So it's fine. I like the approach that they're working with. And I would definitely recommend it if they could see what I could see on the map with how many teams are around them. Yeah, no, please continue to hide.
Yeah, yeah. Serious case of hide and seek, right? That's what we're having right then and there. I mean, yeah, well, either which way, let's go. And I was about to say they found the 1917 hide and seek champion, but things weren't looking too great. But either which way, we are going to be moving on. As the teams are still trying to make a bit of a playful zone, right? Seoul Esports taking somewhat of a spread out play. We see Rauf, Twix, and Weiss on the front line, but Omar still making a slow, steady roll on in. But I think that off-angle position from Omar could be quite a favorable play, depending on, of course, what the rest of the team has in store and what they've got in mind. But for the time being, we're also going to have to settle for that Blubber Ducky. Now finding his position right in alongside the players here from 1 million. And what a warm welcome they are receiving.
Oh, absolutely. It is a warm welcome and a warm set of barrels that unfortunately they are currently experiencing. Down to Shadow and Morteza now out into the waters, trying to sneak on and swim on their way out of the danger. But Marshall here for the cleanup is going to find PRZ quite easily, jump into the drink and just spot out whoever else they really can. Shadowin just narrowly making it into the zone as well. The HP bars here for Morteza are not looking too great either. And again, I don't even know where they go from this. I mean, 1 million, they're just looking for the chase.
Yeah, well, as we know, they are pretty proficient when it comes to chasing. So let's see where this one will go. Morteza getting spotted out. The shots getting sent on through. And this is not the most opportune position to be in. But you know what? You got to settle for what you have. Morteza is not going to survive the water. That is a double whammy blue coming through, right? Out in the drink and sipping on some blue juice. And unfortunately, we know how this one then pans out. It is going to be an unfortunate end to Morteza, but Shadowin still has a bit of an opportunity, right? Also holding on to that double whammy, but they still have a relatively decent health bar to work with.
And Morteza just trying to deny 1 million any of those eliminations, rather going to be taking themselves out with the blue zone, which, again, at that point when everything is looking so hopeless, at least that is something you can do, just to deny your opponents at least one of their points that they're looking for. But of course, Desert Flame here, still closer towards Bun than anyone else, other than, of course, one round. And looking at a bit of an interesting opportunity here. Titans moving on up a little bit closer towards the center, so that gives them the space if they want to move north to the northeast. Zero Tolerance, unfortunately, still behind them towards their southwestern position, so they might be sticking in and around this area just for a while longer to wait and see where everyone else will be heading, as Shadowin also does the exact same thing and basically just denies 1 million any of those eliminations, which I kind of like. It's like a final stick it to him.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? We're just going to rubber duck our way, or blubber duck our way, rather, back into that lobby instead of giving up points to anybody else. But, I mean, VST, they don't have that luxury, right? Instead, they are going to be facing off against several teams. It is one round, and Virtual Gaming now applying a lot of pressure right down on towards them. And it's now all just riding on two remaining hopefuls for their team. It's none other than it's a Brood. And the other name I can't really figure out just yet. I think it's Fivo. Yes, it is Fivo. And they just going to be locking it in steady in this compound. I mean, they don't have to move. They're smack dab center zone. All they got to do is just defend that position.
Oh, it's easier said than done. Just defend the position up against some of the best teams in Africa. But we'll see. They are a very good team themselves. Some of the best as well. So they really could make this happen. As you can take a look at this, the rest of the teams making rotations on into the zone. Seoul Esports and, of course, Myth still out into the blue zone. What did I say yesterday? The blue zone? Blue zone?
Yeah.
The zone? Yeah, the zone. Out in the zone, trying to get themselves closer and closer. Meanwhile, Blackjack Esports taking on the Titans here for control of this northeastern portion of the zone. I mean, the zone, yes.
Yeah, and as we know, right, Titans, they sit on an average of about 6.7 eliminations per match, right? So far, we only see them sitting on one, right? The lobby making it pretty difficult for anybody to secure a decent amount of eliminations. But we're only in the third phase, so there's still a lot that can change. And who knows, maybe Blackjack could be the team to put a bit of a stop to the advances coming through here from the Titan Gaming team. Of course, we still see those rotations coming through from the southern edge, but that is resulting in an no surprising a bit of a convergence here, as we have Myth now facing a very, very aggressive Wave Esports ahead of them.
Oh, hello, hello, hello. Moment making a bit of a trip of their own. Out into the zone, trying to stay alive, trying to also just heal themselves up. They need to recover some of those consumables. And then the trip they make into the zone is going to be so, so tough. As we can see, Wave Esports just keeping their eyes peeled, looking for an opportunity,
Ooh.
as is Rhino looking for an opportunity here to Slime 4KT, picking up Storm. So Slime, unfortunately, down to 3. I'm not sure if they will be able to get that res just yet. It's going to depend on how far Wave are going to take this.
Yeah, I'm loving the approach coming through there from Rhino, though. I mean, finding some very spicy hits up onto Slime 4KT. But as we can see, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenging position to play. Seeing that the zone has now moved further towards the north, we still have the addition of Soul and Desert Flame towards that western edge. So if Wave are not careful, they could definitely find themselves in a very unwanted pincer play.
Oh, as you said it. Literally as you said it. E3S goes on down with Soul Esports holding and containing Wave Esports out of the zone, out of safety. But Twix, ooh, Zachariah sending in a nade looking for that connection. It's going to make it.
Ooh, now is where things start to crumble a slight smidge, right? We got Rauf trying to push in, trying to bring that raise back for the players from Soul Esports. I love the approach going through here from Myth as well, right? We got Moment just on the outskirts there, keeping a very watchful eye, but keeping their options somewhat limited. Now, Desert Flame looking to just capitalize on the third-party potential. But is that going to be the play, though, right? Because Slime 4KT also just situated towards that eastern side, and they are now applying quite a bit of pressure onto Wave Esports.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of a turnaround that can happen here. Soul Esports, of course, recovering whatever they can in this situation, while Desert Flame in the vehicle, setting on up for that rotation as an oof. Just makes a dash on in, trying to find at least one of them. Six God is going to be able to get out of that situation just narrowly. But nonetheless, they will now make their trip into the zone, into Bond, which we know is going to be quite stacked with teams. And of course, Titans might be their welcoming team up into the southern position of the zone.
Yeah, as we know, there could be a little bit of a brick wall that they run in towards. But there's the Flame trying to find that opening, moving in alongside Blackjack here. And this, of course, now draws in a lot of attention. It is going to be a warm welcome being sent out as we see MG finding an easy hit up on towards DWAS. It's not going to be such a fortunate position now for the side here of Desert Flame, as they've already knocked themselves out. And with that, they get knocked right out of Sanhok.
Oh, I'm sorry. It hurts, but it has to happen. BST, of course, going down in 14th. And now the rest of the teams recovering with a little bit of energy as they're going to be moving into this next zone. Lag, in the meanwhile, applying some great hits into Blackjack Esports and really making their presence known here towards the, at least, northwestern portion of Camp Bravo. But still plenty of teams, DK, that need to get themselves into a comfortable position in zone.
Yeah, I'm loving this play, though, coming through from Lag, right? Just holding such beautiful positions. But now, as we look over on towards that western side, rather, it's going to be Virtual Gaming and Triple Esports positioned quite close. But is there going to be an opportunity now for Triple to try and capitalize on their own positioning and maybe bring that surprise and put a halt to the advances coming through here from Virtual Gaming?
Good opportunities all around, of course, Triple Esports. We're looking for a bit more, but the double nade from Alpha Luigi might be the kicker to send them back into the lobby. Now this final push is going to come on through.
Well, there's a reason why Virtual Gaming are sitting in the position they're in. They are absolutely relentless once they've got their eyes set. And now it is going to be that full-on send as Gaddafi breaches the door, looking to just rake it through. But now, Zeus, Alpha Luigi, the rest of the squad lining themselves up quite beautifully. Finds the opportunity, finds the first hit. Now, the rest of Triple Esports in quite a bit of danger. Up comes Gaddafi trying to play that angle, but not going to be finding it just yet. M7MD goes right on down. And Virtual Gaming reigns supreme as Alpha Luigi steps on up with a beautiful S12K.
Yeah, trying to follow suit with Slime for KT. They want to double up. They want to win a chicken dinners. But let's see how this is going to turn on out. Of course, coming on in through from their position, southwestern portion. They have a clear line of sight into the zone, as we know, because the southeastern side is zero tolerance. And Titans just beaming on in with zero tolerance.
Oh, but this is going to be quite a bit of a challenge now for zero tolerance. Right down to only 2, Skydo and Vortex. We can see if they can find a bit of a play. That tree being a saving grace now. Vortex finds a bit of damage on towards P6, but P6 still in such a phenomenal position. Looking to leverage that, and now the rush comes through. Teak is going to fall as Skydo meets them with a beautiful M4 spray down. But now, Skydo, the final contender left for the side of zero tolerance, in a little bit of a troubling position, right? Still out in that blue zone, but not out of opportunities as they now start to move even further forward. Not a lot of meds under their belt, but who knows? Maybe they could find that clutch on towards Titan Gaming.
Oh, there's massive opportunities just lying all in and around, but Titans, oh, I think they might be losing punch here. They might be losing a little bit more than that. It's going to be Skydo to go on down. It's going to be zero tolerance to go on down, back into the lobby. And Arab Golden now, unfortunately, in a very similar situation with Wiss now, in a surprising turn of events, being the only living player for Arab Golden.
Yeah, but not only that, right? We see Titans also positioned towards that southern edge. So this is going to be a very risky play to make. But one shot, trying to double up with those nades. Spots a bit of an opportunity onto P6. Oh, but P6 are quick with those reactions. Just narrowly escaping the inevitable. And let's see where this one goes next. Of course, Blue Zone is about to start moving forward. And this is going to limit the options the teams have once again.
Again, if you're talking about options, virtual gaming, well, they've got a plethora. They have so many options right now, holding the most control of the zone, other than, of course, Wiz, who's just trying to hide it on out, but we'll have to wait and see. Titans might be the ones to spot them on in, especially P6 coming through from the angles they are working with. This could be a tough one. Virtual gaming, in the meanwhile, as you mentioned, they're sitting pretty. They're having a time. They're not quite in Paradise Resort, but they're definitely having a Paradise option right here, as they're just sitting very calmly, waiting for any teams to just peek on out so they can pick up some elims at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope, right? But look at this, though. Zeus finds a bit of an opportunity on towards Marshall. Fortunately, they do evade it at first, but Gaddafi comes through with a follow-up, and it's going to be Marshall now. Oh, to get ended. Of course, Seoul Esports also getting sent away as they can't find themselves back into the zone. But now Lazy Boy trying to play it at Blackjack. And now the responses come through. Virtual Gaming will be ripping it up and elevating themselves all the way up to 8 eliminations. Still, full squad remaining, going up against a remaining squad of more stragglers. As we can see, 1 million, Blackjack, Wave, Slime, Lag, Ab Golden. Well, Titans are now also out for the count. Slime also getting reduced. And with that, down to only 6 players. 6 teams, rather, right? 5 players standing between Virtual Gaming and that potential winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, here, 5 more teams just to straggle it on out. Everyone fighting for that second place because, as you know, unfortunately, that's the best you can do. Maybe Wiz has some other answers. You know, they are actually in the safety of the zone. They are just trying to stay hidden for as long as they possibly can, while we see the rest of the teams just trying to work with whatever heals they possibly have. Unfortunately for MG, that was the last heal, and now it is the final dash to see if they can just slide in an elimination right at the end.
Oh, nope. That's the answer, right? You can't. Because if you abandon that hill strat, it is super unfortunate. With that, it is going to be Lag also getting stopped in their tracks as One Shot ventures all the way out into the blue zone. But Wiz still in such a great position, right? Could bring in quite a bit of an upset to Virtual Gaming, as we can see Gaddafi and the rest of the team now just exploring. Oh, come on, Wiz. Come on, Wiz. What you going to do? Only 1 player in zone, right? We see Wave Ivar all the way down to the south. Senkei doing that heel strat thing. They always do. But let's see where's it going to go now. Wiz managing to find a sneaky position up alongside the vehicle. Fortunately for Wiz, right? One Shot didn't spot them out. So they're actually able to still move on through. Ivar, of course, signing off in the background there. Firing their final few hits. But is this going to be the play now? Wiz, oh, so close to Zeus. Oh, sneaky shot. Oh, but that vehicle. Oh, man. Wow. It could have been. It could have been, but it's
Oh,
not.
yes.
Right? But what a potential play that it was.
But massive congratulations to Virtual Gaming. Of course, we know it is Senke, none other than Senke, out into the blue, just still alive, working with whatever meds they have available, and again, cutest dog ever. But it is going to be a Virtual Gaming, a double winner chicken dinner. As we mentioned, they were looking, for that double up. They followed suit with Slime for KT, and now they are second team to pick up two winner chicken dinners back to back. I mean, very, very close to just following suit with that momentum from yesterday.
Yep.
Don't shoot the puppy.
Look at that dog. Just know he's dancing around the bullets, right? That's what's happening. As Senke then signs off. It is going to be Virtual Gaming picking up the glorious winner chicken dinner. Doing so with their 10 eliminations, right? So double digits being hit there. And of course, a very comfortable victory coming through, as we know, right? This is kind of the fate on Sanhok. Once we get into those later few phases, it usually stands to be reckoned that the team who has the controlling numbers in zone, in that last zone, it's very likely that they are going to be walking away with that winner chicken dinner. We've seen one instance and where that wasn't the case, but I think that was a rare instance. So very well done going out to Virtual Gaming.
Absolutely, a massive pickup, and now there's a little bit of pressure on the rest of our winner chicken dinner winners from yesterday, because now we've had 2 out of 6, double it on up. But while we process that, while the rest of the teams get ready for, of course, Erangel, we're going to take a short break, so we'll be right after a short few moments. Don't worry about it.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season finals, day number 2. Of course, match number 2 just being concluded over on towards the lovely Sanhok, in which we saw the players from Virtual Gaming rising to the occasion, locking in that zone, and of course, that lovely winner chicken dinner, adding their second one to the tally. Before them, we had Slime 4KT adding their second winner chicken dinner. So we are seeing a little bit of that replication coming through. But who's going to be the next team to replicate the efforts and lock in a winner chicken dinner for themselves? Well, before we get into that, of course, we need to take a look and see what our match rankings are and how many points the team secured.
Jumping on it was Virtual Gaming to pick up those 25 points. So far, we've at least been continuing that streak with at least 20 plus points for our winner chicken dinner winners, but 10 eliminations, so juicy. Of course, 1 million esports following suit, Wave picking it up. Unfortunately, no top 5 to jump on in with the double points, but it was close. It was close enough.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a much broader spread with regards to eliminations, right? Titans also sitting on 7. We got Blackjack and Zero Tolerance sitting on 5 apiece, or alongside the 5 coming through there from 1 million. So it's a very competitive push coming in as the teams weren't able to find as much success with regards to eliminations. But As we're going to be taking a look at that second page, we'll be seeing even more of a distribution coming through, right? Slime picking up 3, Soul Esports picking up 3, alongside the 2 coming through then from one round Esports, and of course, that one elimination being brought in by Desert Flame Esports.
Oh, beautiful work coming on in. But of course, it does trickle quite significantly this time around. This Sanhok was not as healthy as what we saw yesterday, but still a massive opportunity for the rest of the teams coming into the next Sanhok of today. You know, they get that double dose. They get that second opportunity to just, you know, work on what they might have needed to work on. But of course, the next map is going to be Erangel. But before we jump into that, we need to take a look at those upper moments from this beautiful Sanhok of today.
I'm loving the approach from Rhino today, right? A very, very cheeky approach, very cheeky play coming through here. The confidence is really, really up there. Now we just need to see that develop into even more, right? We want to see a potential chicken dinner coming through for Wave Esports today. As we know, they came into today sitting on a grand total of 60 points to their name. Maybe they are going to be looking to change that up quite drastically. I wouldn't be too surprised if that really does happen, because Rhino is looking pretty excellent there.
Absolutely. And again, you know, we would very much welcome all of these step-ups from the teams, no matter what. You know, even if we don't get all 6 of our winner chicken dinners winners yesterday doubling on up today, at least we're seeing the team stepping it up. They're picking up their own wins. They're picking up their own set of amazing points. But as we can see, that too from Virtual Gaming reigning on high in second position, mind you. Now Titan's going to be dropping down to third place, but very, very, very close still, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's still very, very competitive between our top 5 teams. I mean, not a lot of points separating it. It's, of course, less than 50, right? So let's go on about, I would say, what, like 47 points, more or less. Maybe less, maybe 43, somewhere in the ballpark area. Math is failing me at this point in time.
It's okay.
But we are seeing a slight bit of separation between the top 5 and then the teams preceding them, right? Moving into like 6th position, we see that 28-point difference coming through, right? But then it changes. Then we've only got a 4-point difference. Then we only got an 8-point difference. So there's still a lot of potential positional changes that the teams can bring in to try and secure those plays. But as we know, it is going to be a big fight to see who will be our top 6 teams at the end of the finals.
That's definitely going to be a very interesting point, because we've already seen that massive jump from Virtual Gaming from 4th into 2nd. But of course, moving on into this page, we did see a bit of a change up. Triple Esports now finding themselves in 9th position. Again, just dropping 1 position. Not too crazy. It's nothing too hectic. Again, you can see the twinsies coming on in with those double ups. 1 round of Triple Esports being our first twins on this side of things. No second twins, unfortunately, this time around, but still a very good, healthy dose of points. Again, we haven't seen the top 8, all of them making it into triple digits just yet. There's at least 1 that is making the difference there, so still massive opportunities for the teams on this side of things to pick it on up. There's this Flame Esports, still keeping my eye out on them. I still want to see that step up, but Wave and Arab in their own ways have already picked up a better set of momentum than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one. Desert Flame definitely capitalizing on the aggression there. I mean, those 19 eliminations, but only 4 placement points. You know, that's a little bit worrying, right? After 6 games yesterday, 2 games already today, we need to see the teams just rising up even more so. And of course, speaking about rising up, we are going to be giving a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, aside from Monster, much love going out to Oppo. So born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with a much loved Reno 7 series. Of course, gamer mode about to get engaged as we are jumping right on the plane, heading straight in towards Erangel. And this is going to be quite an exciting one, as we have the flight path starting at the lovely Lipovka, which is already behind us. Up ahead, we can see the rest of the map, and it does seem like we're aiming straight for the western side. Well, yes, there's the answer. A very centralized flight path.
You see, we get some interesting things when you don't ask me for predictions of the flight path. Just saying. But of course, Erangel, the first Erangel of the day. It was a spicy one yesterday with the zones that we saw, you know, into those final moments. Some crazy setups. Wonder how today is actually going to be coming to fruition. Of course, all Esports and Arab Golden, expecting them to make their way into Military Base Island. We'll see if there's a bit of a change up, because they are just hovering around Milter Power there, so might be a little bit of an interesting change. Even Arab Golden still slowly but surely heading that direction as well. And now, the zone is going to be that question mark. How is it going to be shaping up, and is it going to actually be allowing some of the teams towards the south or the north to have a better rotation in zone?
Oh, I mean, a lot of attention on that center band, but there we go. The zone sticking to the east, right? Gotta love it. But this is gonna be opening up quite a few exciting opportunities for the teams. As we know, yesterday we also saw a little bit more of that eastern focus being brought through. But let's see what's going to happen towards that western side, right? Will we have triple Desert Flame, 1 round, 1 million, and zero tolerance? Now look to converge in towards the zone. Maybe taking a bit of a northern approach or southern approach. It could still go either which way.
It definitely could. It definitely could. But of course, over towards Georgia Pool, we're finally seeing that one-on-one action. 1 round to the north, 1 million towards the south. They did a double dose of Stolber and Kameshki yesterday. So this time around, they're back to the basics. They're back to that southern Georgia Pool containers area. Of course, Triple East will there towards Hospital to join them should they need a little bit of extra company. But zero tolerance here, they have spotted a slight bit of a slight bit of a just bit of a lonesome night here out into the zone, out in towards ruins, and Paradox in particular looking for that change up, looking for that elimination, because it would be all so spicy a night simply with the pump shotty here to try and deter them, to try and stop them from doing exactly that. Of course, we see Lord already making a rotation in, might even go for the buggy kill here, or no, just gonna be going past them. I'm not even sure if they know exactly the position here. I would imagine if they did, that Lord would have just jumped on into it.
Well, I don't know, right? It is going to be night now, looking to say night. It's going to be Paradox, Lord rushing forward, that shotty in hand. Could this be the play, though? Very, very exciting, especially in the early stages of the game. And it is going to be night to say good night as Paradox gets taken right on down. Now, Lord and the rest of Zero Tolerance having to find a little bit of an adjustment here as, the numbers have fallen, reduced by 1.
Ooh, okay. No, I like it. This is a good change up here for Zero Tolerance, just to pick up that early, a little bit of something, but, well, it's going to be 1 round instead, just to surprise them. At least Lord does get away from it, and will be able to continue on forward, joining the rest of Zero Tolerance, and we'll have to wait and see what they're going to be doing. Of course, 1 million over here towards Georgia Pool, 1 round, making a very late dash into the northern point of Georgia Pool. So I wonder if they're actually going to be going past 1 million here.
Yeah, it does seem like they're splitting across that bridge, but as we know, just to the south of 1 million, we got the players there from Triple Esports, right? You can see M7MD just off towards that hospital position, but further down towards the opposite end, right? In the southeastern edge of zone, we can see the players from Titan Gaming now just going about their business up in towards Malta. Again, nothing out of the ordinary looking at Titan's positioning. But again, right, where they're going to rotate towards next. I think the zone is going to be that big deciding factor as to how they're going to look to play this one out. But more importantly, we want to see the players there from Desert Flame now look to just condense and focus their efforts much stronger coming through in this game.
That would be the hope, absolutely. And we'll keep an eye out on that. I don't want to cost anything. I really don't want to apply more pressure where there already is an absolute ton. We'll have to wait and see what they're going to be bringing to the table. As we do see Triple Esports actually taking a very western rotation down towards the southern point, maybe even going all the way to Quarry before, taking a leg into the zone, right, potentially past VST. We'll have to wait and see how they're going to be taking that pathing, and if they might actually favor a straight-through shot of Gutka, because then that's Desert Flame territory. Then we see a little bit of action.
Well, I mean, we'll see how the territory goes, right? And whether or not the teams are going to be defending it down to the very finish. Of course, the players here from Virtual Gaming, right, are going to be positioned towards that more eastern side. We know that they've already had an absolutely phenomenal run over on the lovely Sanhok. But what's the mini Erangel going to do in comparison to the actual Erangel? As they now look for a little bit of a rotational pathway. Already we have Gaddafi and One Shot just positioned slightly further towards that center zone.
It's a little bit, but of course, it's going to be an interesting setup here for a few of the teams towards the center. Like leaders are golden. They're very comfortable next to one another. They have a few buildings, as we can already see here, that they can make use of. They just need to get themselves set up and then wait for that plethora of teams to make the migration into center. I mean, Triple Esports, 1 round, 1 million Desert Flame, or at least half of Desert Flame. VST still jumping on into the zone territory. So as we start to condense that center zone, we should be seeing a little bit of that craziness just around the corner potentially, but it is a Erangel. We still have only had one player dropped with 6 minutes in, and again, just based on how we saw that those trends from yesterday, I'm waiting till about the 10-minute marker where we're going to be seeing all of that craziness going on down.
Well, I mean, who knows, right? Because we got Lag and Titan Gaming quite close to each other. Well, I mean, two of the players from Titan Gaming, P6 and Teak, they just
Yes.
a little bit further to the eastern side. So who knows? Maybe Lag could spot them out, but we'll have to keep our eyes glued as the teams are still going to continue rotating further and further in towards the zone.
Oh, absolutely. Moving on in closer to the action, as we can see, Wave Esports now joining up just close towards, well, both Blackjack and Slime for KT. 1 million moving on in from the top of Rozok down into the bridge line, potentially getting closer, depending on how they want to take this. And everyone else following suit, getting closer to that center point of chaos. Already Arab Golden, Virtual Gaming, as we know, just alongside each other across the road, being neighbors, and maybe they might go in for a little bit of friendly neighbor, you know, welcoming to the neighborhood. Maybe bringing a pie of lead.
Yes.
Does
Lead pie, it's
pie-
my favorite on PUBG, right? It's my absolute favorite, right? Just never open it. But yes,
Please don't.
lead pie could be great. Don't try it in real life. We can't
Please don't.
guarantee anything. So, yeah, don't mind us, right? But for the time being, it's going to be the team still looking to improve their positions as we have Virtual Gaming Squad now just moving further and further inwards from that eastern edge. Myth, of course, are going to be positioned towards that western side with the addition of the lovely Desert Flame moving in alongside them. Also, just a little bit further up ahead, we see even more teams. So this is where things are going to get pretty spicy. Of course, I was referring to the players here from Triple Esports. We see now just rolling past Leaders Esports.
Oh, hello. Jumping on into the action. Morteza looking for an angle, looking for a little bit of something potentially. But of course, they know as soon as they do that, as soon as they jump on in, maybe taking a few eliminations or trying to at least, they expose the rest of the team's actual position. And now the Triple Esports are just hiding here along the ridgeline. They could go in for that flanking position a little bit later on, especially with that zone and now closing on up. They don't want to make enemies of anyone just yet.
Well, not intentionally, right? But inevitably, they all have to. But of course, we are just going to be looking to see where that next zone will be taking us. In the meantime, it is going to be 1 round pushing in from that far western edge with a few shots now getting laid down onto Triple Esports as they lose one of their players. Of course, the zone centering up quite beautifully towards Potato Hill, right there in and amongst our lovely Skittles pack of players and teams that we've got strewn all over this map. And I'm loving this position being held by Triple Esports, especially with focus towards Arab Golden, right? This bowl could be quite a substantial angle, but they need to time these hits absolutely perfect.
Oh, absolutely. To perfection and take it on forward. Of course, we know Triple Esports here towards the ridgeline. They took a little bit of a breather, maybe just refueling the cars, and unfortunately did pay for that with Black 7 getting back into the lobby. But it's still not over for them just yet. They still have 3 players up, and Adam moving on into a very good position. But of course, now this contention with Seoul Esports is going to be a big question mark as Seoul moves on into that ridgeline. And Gimos, once again, just being the scout, the very brave scout here for Triple Esports to see where they can take this further.
Yeah, it's quite a risky business, right? Playing scout, because you make yourself quite vulnerable. It's quite the skilled position to fill. But now, of course, as we look further north, it's going to be Wave Esports just venturing on their own little bit of a exploratory mission, right? Zakaria just trying to get a lay of the land, trying to figure out where the shots are going to be coming from. And of course, 1 million are quick to answer as they send it out from within their compound. Again, a nice positioning. We see them kind of spreading themselves out towards the more northern territories. But again, Blue Zone also then is going to start closing up.
Okay, so a little bit of action here, especially towards the obviously the central point. But I'm also taking a look at that northern point with one round moving on in just to the edge of Jasnai Poliana. As we know, that is the direct path that Slime 4KT would have taken. So if they move on closer and closer to that, following the road, they're not only going to be finding Slime 4KT, but also Wave Esports. It'll be interesting to see how they can set themselves up in that zone. As we can see, Titans moving on in from Milta, just keeping it, chill. They're hanging around on the outskirts. They're not moving into the center just yet. It's going to get crazy. They know that. So for now, they're going to take their time while Blackjack tries to get away from all of these laser beams of 1 million.
Well, laser beams indeed, right? Definitely not want to get in the crosshairs of 1 million just yet. But, of course, still quite a few positions to be played. We are having that migration continuing onwards. But the team's now trying to take it on foot. We're not seeing as many of those vehicles being utilized at this point in the game, aside from the players coming through from one round who are still looking to get themselves situated within the zone. But Blackjack, they're going to be changing those vehicles into an extra additional layer of hard cover. But is that going to pay them dividends, right? 1 million still held up alongside them, and the zone has not yet been decided itself.
Yeah, no, well, we'll have to wait and see. Again, a lot of teams towards the center means that there's a very good amount of opportunity, but it's all going to depend on that crazy shift in Erangel. As we can see, Rhino now feeling the brunt of the action, and maybe a little bit of payback from the previous map. Just saying, you know what you did. You came in with those flanking positions. Now it's your turn. Of course, as we can see, that zone closing on up. Who is it going to bless? Who is it going to curse into this next phase? And ooh, a very healthy portion, but smack bam center zone. It is Desert Flame Esports.
Ooh, that's what we like to see, right? Definitely, a little bit of that contention being played, but it's going to be a very important position here for the players of Desert Flame to hold on because, they are going up against the rest of the lobby, right? Still, all 16 teams in the play. We have only said goodbye to 2 players. So if you want to talk about a challenge, this is exactly what Desert Flame will be having by the bucket loads.
Oh, absolutely. And I think I sugarcoated, my prediction there. I thought it was going to be the 10-minute marker for the action, but no. Titans say it's going to be the 13th marker that they're going to be taking YC on out, sending potentially the rest of Seoul Esports back into the lobby as well. We'll have to wait and see how they can work with this because Seoul Esports, of course, holding a very spread out approach.
Well, let's see, right? You want to play those spreads, but it's going to be Raouf now getting spread out pretty thinly as the health bar gets reduced to red, and now Hemo and Omar having to, instead focus their efforts towards the western region. Now, Lag also, I don't know what Lag is, but Lag is going to be not too far away, so we could see a nice little warm welcoming coming in on that front, but it is going to be Hemo now. Being fired on his P6 is not going to allow too much of an escape.
Leg. I don't know what you were thinking there, but I kind of like it.
I also don't know.
I thought it was my ears not working with me or something. I don't know. Internet connection. Who knows? Of course, as we take a look at the rest of the teams, this is going to be a bit of a question mark. So there's this flame. Yes, we know. Center zone, they're looking pretty. Looking on the outskirts and potentially, of course, this western side with Zero Tolerance and Blackjack Esports, just to the bottom of school, we can see there's a bit more of a challenge, right? Jumping into the action here with 1 million so close to potentially just, run the third party action here, run the elimination steals and move on forward. Even if they rotate, as you can see towards Potato Hill, well, it's Myth holding a very dangerous opportunity here towards the top.
Yeah, but fortunately for Zero Tolerance, Potato Hill does have quite a few pretty steep sides, Well, not the craziest sides, but it's still quite challenging. And those trees providing quite a bit of coverage and an escape passage for them to utilize as they now focus their efforts further down towards the southern edge. And now opting into a building not exactly within zone, but I guess the very edge of zone would suffice for now.
It's close enough, right? They're at least in a position where they can rotate a little bit easier as that zone comes on through for the close. And of course, Titans still trying to pick up a part or pick at least a piece of one round up for the elimination tally. They've already got 2 so far, looking for any and every. Of course, next zone shift. Here we go. Who's going to be the next team? It's still Desert Flame. It's still Seoul Esports and Lag. with a little bit of that VST action sprinkled on top and leaders to be blessed into this next phase. And of course, Titans still holding a potential containment here for the likes of 1 round.
Yeah, that could be at play, but I'm loving the position there by Lerg. A very single file kind of approach. I think I was just lagging in my processing when trying to pronounce their name, right? That's probably what happened. Well, I'll just blame it on that, right? But it is going to be the teams now coming through with that mass migration. I'm especially going to be looking at Wave, right? So far up north, having so much ground to cover. They still have strong numbers, but are they going to be able to find those rotational pathways? Meanwhile, 1 million are going to be moving in alongside them, and that will then cost Lazy Boy a potential play for the remainder of this game.
Oh, unfortunate, but of course, we still have at least 1 million players to move on through into the rest of the game. Wave Esports is going to be happy, though, to pick up a little bit of something, a little bit of that elimination foundation into the next phase, because they definitely have a massive rotation to deal with coming through from that northern side, the furthest out of any of our teams. Try and get themselves closer into the zone. Maybe 1 million will stick around and make it even harder for them. We'll have to wait and see, because it's definitely a very close rotation.
Yeah, it's definitely now 750, right? But here we have it. Wave trying to find the opportune approach to take. We got Triple Esports, we got Slime 4KT hanging around in the vicinity. And then, of course, Slime 4KT, well, 1 million right here on the front line of 750, as I just said. But let's see what Senke, Venom, and Marshall will have in store for Wave. Is it going to be a tsunami or maybe just a little splash? Rhino now facing quite a bit of an upset here. Zakaria getting taken down. That's the end of Rhino. So Wave down to only 2 remaining hopefuls.
Oh, this is a tough opportunity now, unfortunately, for them. Especially as you mentioned, the rotation they have to take it's just going to get worse and worse with all the teams now clustering on up, trying to get themselves closer and closer into the zone. But it is difficult, but it is an obstacle we should know that they are capable of taking on. 1 million, of course, making their own rotation right alongside Leaders Esports with such a wide spread that it really, it's basically like a toll gate. Like, pay your tolls, and those tolls are going to be eliminations here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but maybe it could take a toll on 1 million, or it could take a toll on Leaders. Shadow now stepping up and proving that at least they're going to find one, right? Marshall will get stopped right there. It's now going to be up to Senke and Venom to find a more opportune approach. And Senke now just going to be utilizing the living heck out of that ridge line, inching further and further forward. But still, Blue Zone is going to be applying a lot of pressure. So the teams will have to be quite wary as to how they take this approach. Senke also now looking to just get themselves patched up. But this is that opportunity for Leaders to get themselves resituated and maybe assert a little bit of that dominance.
That is going to be the hope, of course. We'll have to wait and see. It is Esports now, trying to just take a little bit of an account of what is happening around them. Ooh, Venom out in the open. Morteza knows exactly what kind of an opportunity this is. To take out the likes of Venom, you know that you're going to be in a better spirit moving on into the next phase. Of course, Shadowing going to be going down almost immediately, and not Triple Esports here for the third party.
Look at Morteza! Wow, what on earth? I love it, right? Morteza on an absolute rampage. And unfortunately, they get hit by a nade. Whose nade was that, though? Oh, man. What a way to just crash the party. Morteza ripping it up, but then gets taken out by a nade by his own teammate. Gary Boy, what were you doing, my friend? But either which way now, Titans looking to push in from the eastern side. They've got Slime 4KT right there in their crosshairs. But is that going to be enough, right? Will we see Titans now try and put a bit of a stop to the end of Slime 4KT?
Oh, Nade's going to be sent on out here by 1 round as well, looking for that connection. Otakoa is still bleeding on out. Definitely a massive player to take off the board. But 1 round, they've got a few more other problems. They've got Titans rolling on into this, and already Axa getting close to that ridgeline might have the perfect flanking opportunity here towards 1 round. But we'll wait and see what they can be working with as Pronto and Plaza look for the recovery, look to get their numbers back on up as Blackjack Esports. Hello, they've taken out Wave.
Yeah, they did indeed. But now, will they be able to continue, right? It is going to be VST and Myth also getting into a bit of an altercation on the southern edge. More west, if I'm being honest. But Blackjack, very exposed towards that ridgeline. Zuxi, as we know, quite a formidable player. Not the easiest one to deal with. But now Ramsey Also, an absolute monster looking to apply a bit of pressure onto the side there of Blackjack. And to add on to that, we have the blue zone getting ready to just touch them as well.
Oh, surprise, surprise. It just keeps on rolling on in with the crazy actions. VST, hello, rolled on in exactly to Myth here. Around the corner, it's actually going to be going down. And now they need to recover their situation.
Oh, and this is VST now just slightly starting to crumble, but Moment fortunately gets a little bit of a stuck play there, and now it all turns to Ramsey. Let's see whether or not Ramsey will be able to keep up this defensive line. Of course, Farok positioned within the zone, but a lot of efforts. Oh, yes, as Ramsey goes down. Angelo, we did see them not too far away either, but will that be something they can look to capitalize on? Farok, meanwhile, will get found out as the leaders sneak in a cheeky third party.
Crazy long distance coming on through. Even Titans now being sent back to the lobby thanks to Desert Flame. Okay, that's a little bit of an exciting play here. Opportunities for the teams on the other side of the overall standings to pick up some massive points. We can already see Flacco picking up 4 eliminations and looking for the 5th with Pronto as Arab Golden gets sent back as well. So Esports, they have jumped up to the plates and they are looking for more.
Yeah, but look at that zone shift, right? Taking a bit of a swing towards the western side. Leaders now being absolutely blessed. But here we go, right? Oh! Fantasy finds the nade on towards Hemo. It is going to be the remainder of Soul. Only Omar now just hiding up alongside the rocks. Still finds a bit of an opportunity towards the side there of VST, but it's a brood. Will not survive. The damage being brought on by the blue. Up comes Lag. Rushing straight on forward. A9Q. Oh, getting meat in the face right there. But fortunately, Fantasy comes in with a little bit of a saving play, right? Just ripping up with the Bison. But now, down to the final 4 teams we are, right? It is going to be Desert Flame, Lag, 1 round, and Leaders Esports. But Leaders already sitting on 10 eliminations to their name. But here we have it, right? It's not going to be that opportunity. 1 round, trying to move in from the south. Leaders, they've got that western setup. Desert Flame, still to make a play, as they're now trying to get themselves situated a little bit towards this northern edge. But they have to give up the compounds. The zone is not going to allow any continuation on that front. Lag also, they're going to come rushing through from the southern edge. But this is where the elevation is towards the south. So it's going to be applying a lot of pressure now down on towards Desert Flame.
And I mean, they've been doing so good up until this point, picking up those 9 eliminations. So to now, unfortunately, be bested potentially by the zone, it might just sting a little bit extra. But of course, it's not over until it's over. Leaders Esports holding, unfortunately, their navigational path into the zone and going to be applying a bit more pressure as they lead with 10 eliminations now. Flacco getting close and personal, just looking for an angle into the attrition here. But it is going to be such a difficult, literal uphill battle for them to get into the zone.
Yeah, but I mean, so far, Desert Flame looking pretty decent, right? 9 eliminations to their name. It's going to be Shadowin to find that nade on towards the side of Lag. But with that, the numbers start to dwindle. They start to fall. And 1 round leaders, Desert Flame and Lag, nowhere near knowing which team is going to be the team to rise to the occasion. However, 1 round, Desert Flame, still sitting on 4 full players, right? So you can see Lag, they've got 2 knocks. Leaders now patching themselves up, bringing themselves back into contention with 3, but a quick response getting sent out as Knight gets found, and the shots just connect on through.
Opportunities lying in wait, as we can see Kakao just in the grasses, snaking on up, looking for those angles. 1 round now, moving on in, trying to find the opening angle here towards Lag, just spraying it on down, and Lag's just narrowly staying alive for potentially the reload. But of course, they have to take out 1 round, or they need to get rid of leaders to just alleviate some of the pressure they're feeling.
Oh, but I mean, that zone shift is going to be absolutely brutal. Could be golden for Lag, but look at Desert Flame trying to battle their way up. Get themselves back into contention. Flacco now getting res. Now needs to patch themselves back together. But up comes the rush onto Kakao. The shots connect on through. It is going to be Chico to quickly find that response. But up comes the rest of the Lag team, right? Eflex The other players here from the side of one round also going to be pushing further and further forward. I'm loving the aggression being shown between Lag and one round. But who will be able to secure the zone and show that controlling angle? Now, up comes the push, the play. A9Q, Fantasy, the final two hopeful. Spots a bit of an opportunity, maybe finds Eflex. Yes, they do. Down they go. Chico and Escanor left to fight it out. But Chico rather finds their head. Now, A9Q pushing on forward. Chico trying to clear up the edge. Oh, the sprays come through. A9Q clutching this one out. Who will take it? It is going to be TEAMLAG. Oh, to deal with the threat coming on one round. Leaders also going to be falling. And it is now Desert Flame and Lag left to fight it out for that winner-winner chicken dinner. But it is A9Q and Cacao going up against the entirety of Desert Flame. 11 eliminations already locked in alongside a potential glorious finish.
Being gifted literally the best opportunity for Desert Flame to get back into this. We knew they had a horrible position with that zone shift, but now, because Lag stepped on up, they took out their competitors. They took out the obstacles that Desert Flame have. Now they're looking at a simple 4v2. But how simple will it be with A9Q and Cacao still stepping up and still looking to clutch it out for that winner-winner chicken dinner?
I mean, the odds of them securing that winner-winner chicken dinner just went up to 50%, right? But is that going to be enough? It is a 2v4. Lag, still a very formidable team. They're not a team to be discounted at this point in time. A9Q and Cacao, we've seen what they can do, right? A9Q reaching in with that nade, finds Spuden. You got 6. So now just trying to bring in a little bit of that assistance. Looking to bring Desert Flame back into their full force. But now, A9Q, Cacao, still having that slight reach. The zone is going to be moving further east, and this will kind of give the teams no other option other than to move further east. But is that going to be opening the opportunity now for Desert Flame to lock in that winner-winner chicken dinner?
They've already got 1, maybe even 2 players potentially to just jump and hop on into the zone. Whereas for Lag Esports here, Cacao and A9Q, they also are just trying to snake it on in, but the longer this takes, the longer there is an opportunity for Desert Flame to get their numbers back up, to get themselves into even better situations. And as soon as the stand-up is there, it is going to be the full force of Desert Flame to pick up Lag Esports.
Oh, it's going to be A9Q to be met with a little bit of a late answer now. Cacao, the final hopeful, trying to play it out. The shots come through. Oh, the focus is in, and Desert Flame secures themselves the winner chicken dinner, walking away with 13 eliminations to their name. And of course, as we know, right, their very first winner chicken dinner right here in the finals.
What a way to step on up. We applied the pressure to Desert Flame Esports. We said they were one of the 3 teams we needed to step it up today. And what a way to do so. Picking up a winner chicken dinner with some crazy eliminations, especially in such a difficult situation. But like I said, it was like being gifted a silver platter opportunity. Lag picking up their all competitions and all points of attrition and making it possible. But of course, quick break, DK, while we catch our breath, while we get some water and get ready for the next set of amazing maps to follow.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season finals, right? Day number 2, match number 3 just concluded. And of course, as we know, there's a flame rising to the occasion, locking in 13 eliminations, hitting it up with a 28-pointer. Of course, we need to take a look and see what the match rankings are for all the teams, how many points everyone was able to secure. As I've already mentioned, right, 28 points right at the top of the board. Of course, Lag stepping up, keeping up the contention, coming in on 21, but leaders doubling down on the aggression, securing themselves a lovely 20-pointer.
Woo, okay, so 3 20s to start off our match rankings here for Erangel. You know these teams are pushing a DK. You know these teams are trying to climb those overall leaderboards and get themselves as close as possible to the top 6, or who knows, maybe even taking on the likes of that top 1, top 2 positioning. But of course, as we go down, it trickles down significantly. I mean, we've got a top 5 that is absolutely stacked to the brim with points. So what else was there left for the rest of the lobby, unfortunately?
I mean, as we can see, right, Slime finding 4. We've got the VST coming in on 3 eliminations. And of course, Titan also getting answered with 3 eliminations to their name. But still some decent numbers being shown on this very first page. As we know, of course, we need to take a look and see what that second page looks like and whether or not it's going to be a little bit scarce with regards to those points. The answer to that is yes, right. So Blackjack walking away with 3 points, 2 of which are eliminations. And then from there on, it is just the eliminations and a little bit of a side order of placement points coming through, at least for our Golden Teamers and 1 million.
Yeah, but not a lot, unfortunately, left for anyone else on the leaderboard. Zero Tolerance, Virtual Gaming, and Triple Esports will have to wait until our next map to step it up once again as we repeat the loop back to Miramar, then Sanhok and Erangel. It is going to be a very interesting set of games, as we know already. A massive step up from these teams on Erangel, as we can take a look at those upper moments. They picked it up, DK. They just really lit the fires.
Yeah, but I gotta say, the most exciting part for me from this game was the approach and the angles being held by Desert Flame, right? I love the way that they just proceeded through this match, right? Not showing the most aggressive approach by any means, but still, they just played this one so calculated, and it worked out. I mean, there was a few instances where things got a little bit scary, but fortunately, they were able to keep the focus and just pushed all the way to the very, very end. And, you know, of course, having that lovely winner chicken dinner reward come through, I mean, what better could you ask for?
Absolutely. It was massive for them that Lag Esports actually took up 1 round, because I can tell you now, you know, if the focus was different, just a slight tad, either from Lag or from 1 round, it wouldn't have been an easy work for Desert Flame to actually get themselves into the zone. Literally an uphill battle, as we said, and it just really had to put them to the test there if they wanted to take that winner chicken dinner. But we wouldn't want it any other way. Of course, this is the obstacles that they have to take on. As we take a look at those overall standings, we do see 1 million still holding decently strong, I would say, in the first position, but Virtual Gaming trying to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of movement really coming through on this first page, right? As we know, the teams, it's quite competitive up at the top. I mean, as you said, right, 1 million holding strong, Virtual Gaming closing that gap slightly, but not too much, or rather 1 million just increasing that lead, slight smidge. But the rest of the positions not really changing up all too much, aside from Lag moving from 8th place up into 6th place, right? The rest of the teams pretty much retaining their positioning before we went over in towards Erangel. But I think the main moves are going to come through towards the second page, right? That is where the points are really being brought on through. Of course, 1 round moving up into 9th. Soul also then moving up into that 10th position. And of course, Desert Flame going to be making that leap from 16th up into 13th position.
A few slight changes here and there as well, but ultimately that massive leap here from Desert Flame Esports, now only 20 points away from reaching the triple digit mark and potentially taking it further all the way into the first page. Who knows? We've seen them having to do this sort of a journey before in a finals weekend, and we know that they are capable of it, just like Wave Esports and Arab Golden are capable now of stepping it up, because we've had one of our three teams, they've got a winner chicken dinner. Now it's Arab Golden and Wave Esports' turn.
Yes, sir. But of course, it is going to be time for that rinse and repeat, right? And what I mean by that is we're heading right back over into Miramar to see what the teams are going to be bringing out onto the battlefield. Of course, the pilot has now given the signal that everyone should ensure that their seatbelts are properly fastened, and they are going to be making their approach. No idea where we're going to be going with Flight Pass, so I'm not going to ask you this time around, Ez. I'll let you slide on that one. But definitely want to see the teams being put to the challenge, right? Regardless of where the zone goes, we want to see them really having to work for those positionings. I mean, so far we've been having relatively comfortable-ish zones, right? Nothing too extravagant, nothing too exceptionally challenging. But we want to see the teams really being tested, right? This is the finals. We want the shows.
No, absolutely. We want to see these teams really being put to the test, as we saw with Desert Flame towards Erangel. But enough Erangel, at least for now. Let's go towards Miramar, these sandy dunes of absolute chaos, and so much work for these teams to now put in as we move on in from Minas del Val. So, interesting flight path, actually.
Yeah, Minas del Val, Minas del Sur, either which way, right, is that southern position, but slightly towards the west. Well, I'm lying when I say slightly. It is heavily towards the western side. But now, this is where the tricky part comes in, right? Is the zone going to be complementary to this flight path? Because I would expect a kind of western positioning, or is it just going to be a little bit cracked and take a swing all the way to that eastern side, right? Anywhere on the east, I think could be very, very exciting. But for the time being, the teams will definitely have to adapt where they move towards. Aside from Titan Gaming, right? They're just going to be going into the usual split. The 2-2 into Val del Mar, the other two in towards Los Higos. And they'll just look on as the rest of the lobby now needs to adjust according to this flight path.
Yeah, we had a few changes there up towards El Hazahar. As we mentioned, saw Esports, at least in the last Miramar, that's the position they took. But this time they're going to have to go back to the basics, back to the southern portion of Los Leones, as unfortunately this flight path is just a little smidgen towards the west. Now the question is, of course, is west going to be best, or are we going to change it up and move on into that eastern zone? Well,
Hey,
yes, we
that's
are
even
even
better.
north. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's better than what I could have guessed for. It's still leading towards the eastern side, right? I mean, it's not, but yes. Let's just go with that, right? It makes sense to my brain. But either which way, I think there are going to be a few satisfied teams and a few other teams that would be a little bit less satisfied. Zero Tolerance, of course, being one of the satisfied teams, right? They can reach all the way up into towards that La Cobreria Oasis kind of position. We can see them now looking to just expand and see where they can get those looting phases secured from. Slime Forgetty, of course, also quite satisfied because they can move up in towards water treatment, right? Not a position that we've seen them in for way too much, though, but, still a good position to play from. And now to add the cherry on top, it is going to be Broly and 7 Reeve to get into a bit of an exchange right here, just north of the lovely Picado.
Yeah, Triple East was taking an extremely split up approach. I mean, we had one here, we had one towards Power Grid, we had a few of the others closer towards El Pozo. So, not in position to do anything about that just yet, unfortunately. So they will have to work with the 3 players here into the rest of the map, and the rest of the teams now jumping on into the vehicles to get themselves well situated. Of course, Myth moving on in from that southern position, just going to be crossing paths potentially later on with Wave Esports, who have moved on into Hacienda del Patron just a little bit further up. Plenty of great opportunities. Unfortunately, for Seoul Esports, I think they would have been like, we should have got to El Azahar. We should have got to El Azahar.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a risky play now, but let's see how this one is gonna go and whether or not they are gonna be opting for that approach, right? Maybe they could still potentially rotate towards Al Azhar. It's still a feasible option. It's all gonna come down to what they decide to do. And for the time being, we are gonna be looking to the opposite end of the map, over towards El Pozo, as we have the players here from 1 million now going about their looting business. And we are also then having the players from 1 round, right? Exploring a little bit more towards Torre Ahumada, but that also then gives them a lovely northern positioning.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic opportunity now here for one round to set themselves up early to just take a little bit of a breather here into the beginning portion of Miramar before all of the teams make those rotations. Again, obviously, the eastern portion of the zone up for grabs, as we know, because of that flight path just being so westernly based. So for the teams making those earlier rotations into any of those eastern portions of the zone, they're going to be very happy with themselves with a nice, peaceful early position for looting. Of course, Titans still here towards the southwestern portion. They are going to be the furthest teams from the zone, especially, of course, P6 and Co. there towards Los Higos. But it's not going to be too much of a worry for now, as the zone has yet to start moving on in. My question is just how they're going to be taking that rotation. I would hope that they would take a very eastern rotation, maybe jumping through Impala, then into Al Azhar, or a little bit, more towards the northern portion, because then they really do avoid a lot of the traffic here towards the southwestern side.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the IGL's plan is with regards to rotations, right? Maybe it goes exactly that way. Maybe they opt for a little bit of a different play here. We'll have to wait and see how this one kind of pans out for them. And in the meantime, we are going to be looking on as leaders now head in the direction of Wave Esports. But Wave Esports are heading in the direction of Slime 4KT, right? We know that is up in towards the water treatment. Ooh, PRZ just flying high. But here we go, Slime 4KT now finding Knight just up ahead. I don't know if Knight's got a few shotties in hand. If they do, Pronto, stay away. If they don't, full sended.
Yeah, no, if they don't, to go for a little bit of that fun time, maybe we can see a few surprises. We love to see a few surprises, right? I mean, we've been surprising in our own ways, just with the English we've been bringing into these casts in most recent days. I don't know. It's like we got to the finals, we got extremely excited, and then we completely forgot how to speak English.
It's delicious, right? English is quite delicious.
Oh, delicious.
Yes, very delicious English coming through here. But of course, it is going to be up to Knight now to fend off the potential threat coming through here from Pronto, at least the immediate threat being presented by Pronto. But it's, just that exploration coming through. Whoa. Pronto just firing off in the distance, just testing out the weapon. But I would be quite wary of Storm. Oh, this could be a very limiting position now for Knight, right? You gotta choose which one do you shoot at first. Well, the answer is gonna be Storm. And now Pronto having to bring in a bit of a response here, but Knight could maybe sneak in and just clutch it out.
Oh, we've seen what Knight can do in the past now. This is a massive opportunity to take out two members here of Slime 4KT. Pronto around the corner. They just need to find that little bit of an angle. The spray's going to be coming through, and yes! Knight, the Shining Knight in armor, here for one round, picking up the two eliminations and immediately laying down a fantastic foundation.
Yeah, I mean, Knight doesn't even need an S12 right? Just give them anything with that shoots, right? Anything that can cause damage. And that would be sufficient, right? Knight, of course, going to be dealing quite a blow into the side there of Slime 4KT, who's now down to only Koa. So let's see what fate has in store for them. Of course, Desert Flame finds themselves smack dab center zone once again. But now the pressure is on, right? They've already had that taste of the glorious chicken. But will that suffice in pushing them all the way to that very last zone and maybe securing that chicken once again?
Going to come down to the opportunities these teams are going to be looking for, as of course we have a crazy set of teams, as you can see just towards the center. Wave taking a look here at one round. Desert Flame off towards the western side. 1 million just behind them. Triple Esports very close to being just behind them, and the rest still making their way in to see how they're going to be fitting in the ecosystem of the center portion of the zone. Zero Tolerance coming through in from that northern portion just alongside Arab Golden, but here is where one round will be tested.
Yeah, and we want to see those tests, right? We want to see them succeed. And of course, one round doing a little bit of a dance around the block, right? It's going to be Wave trying to reach in with a few of those more ranged approaches here. But will that be enough now for Wave to secure the push? Oh, yeah, watch out for that vehicle. Of course, Escanor now welcoming a few of the hits. But fortunately for them, right, Leaders Esports still quite some distance away. So it's not going to be any immediate danger for the time being. Meanwhile, towards the edge of zone, it's going to be VST, Virtual Gaming, and the potential Titan side order coming through as well.
Oh, we love to see those side orders, those side dishes moving on in for a little bit of that surprise. Titans Rotation here towards Old Pozzo. So pretty much exactly the opposite of what I thought they might have been able to do here. Moving on in a little bit more towards a direct dash to the north. Lag and of course Blackjack Esports moving closer towards Junkyard and Al Azahar as they try and find their way into zone. But now the question is, especially for these teams out in the blue, how much further is this next shift going to be causing them?
Well, we'll find out soon enough, right? But we are still seeing a little bit of a little bit of love being shown to the blue zone coming through at the expense of Lag and the players there from Seoul. Meanwhile, Wave getting quite eager to jump at the opportunity towards Leaders Esports, as we did see PRD getting sent back. Now, Shadowwind, Carryboy, Morteza left to try and figure out a more opportune approach to take, right? Are they going to stay in this vicinity or will they move further afield?
Good opportunities, of course, but again, this is the problem, right? The decisions that they're going to be making is going to not only affect them now, but also with those next phase shifts. As we can see, Arab Golden, they decided to take a little bit more of a higher approach, but that put them in the perfect line of sight here for Vortex to just pick up at least one elimination, looking for a few other stragglers. And moving in from the eastern side, it's now Lag and Seoul Esports shoulder to shoulder, trying to catch up to Blackjack, who've just made their way into zone.
Well, I mean, nothing wrong with a little bit of a positional play coming through. Basically, Morteza just held up close to center, looking onto the players here from Team Myths. A good information gathering session coming through, but what is the remainder of leaders now going to do with all the information being relayed through from Morteza? Again, it does seem like they are going to be just fortifying themselves up in towards the compounds. But one round, 1 million, so many more teams still trying to find a bit of an approach to play at here.
Let's just take a look at it, right? Titans moving closer and closer here towards Triple Esports. Of course, AXA already just doing a little bit of a scouting opportunity here, maneuver, looking for that information, looking to see how they can approach this, because it is all good and well to find those early eliminations, but here they are starting the engagement with Triple Esports. They are looking for the trouble, and they are looking to just spice things up for us, of course. We can see Seoul Esports now taking apart at least 1 or 2 members here of Blackjack, but we'll keep our eyes peeled on that feed to see how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, for the time being, it is going to be M7MD. Just waiting patiently to see what Titan Gaming is going to be bringing through. But of course, in the meantime, we'll be jumping straight over to Seoul and Blackjack to see what these proceedings will bring. Seoul managing to patch themselves back up again, still waiting for Weiss, but they're only a few moments away from getting raced back into contention. But Blackjack, right, they use this opportunity to instead move themselves a little bit further towards the southern position. Myth now find themselves just towards this western side, so we could have a little bit of that triangle of doom play coming through between these teams.
Absolutely. Myth definitely would be very happy to pick up a bit of a third party. They just need to be careful running their 2-2 split. They've got 2 members really focusing towards virtual gaming and leaders in 1 million, and the other 2, of course, with this crazy action towards here. But it only takes a moment and a vehicle, and bam, you have a success story right there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, the more simplistic approach does provide quite a few great answers. But now it's going to be up towards Moment to see whether or not they can actually lock in those eliminations on towards Weiss and Omar. But loving the sneaky play coming through here from MG, trying to steal those eliminations right from the clutches of Team Myth. In the meantime, the zone has taken a swing further towards that northwestern side, and Titan Gaming now going to be showing up to the party, rushing forward onto Triple Esports.
All right, so you're going to be the first one here to step it on up. Right around the corner we go, looking for a few more of those confirmations. As I said, Titans were the ones to start this engagement. Triple Esports, they were sitting so nice and peacefully here towards this location, but Titans came crashing through the door looking for elims, and now unfortunately they will have to just focus on that dash into safety, maybe even a dash to catch the likes of Chemos and M7MD and finally take out the rest of Triple Esports. Now of course that is going to trigger an opportunity for Triple to just double on back, get that res. Maybe they take 3 members into the next zone.
Well, we'll have to wait and see just how many they're able to pull on through. For the time being, it is still going to be a little bit of a rotational play coming through from a few teams, right? 1 million, though, are going to be finding themselves set up smack dab center zone. Kowa is going to be reaching into Wave, but inevitably down they go. as they were the final hopeful left for the side of Slime 4KT. 13 minutes in, very similar to what we had over on Erangel. We see our first team getting sent away, but that only means that we've got 15 teams left to move through for the remainder of this game.
Oh, okay. So it's well, it's following suit a little bit to what we saw on that last Erangel, and then it was from this point onwards that we really saw the teams just stepping it on up and lighting up our feeds. So we'll wait and see if that's going to be the same sort of pattern here, or if we'll just be adding a few of those minutes on, because of course Miramar is just so large and a lot of terrain has to be covered. But of course, rotations, that is the name of the game at this point in time as the teams move on into that northwestern portion. And I mean, I'm liking the opportunity here for Titans with their position towards the west.
Yeah, it could be great, right? There's no one there to oppose them. They can move up, get themselves secured, get themselves established, and then just rain down terror, right? Some great vantage points being held right there. But as we know, that could all change in a moment's notice. One round now going to be turning their attention onto the side here of Lag Esports as they move on through. But again, Chico could be stepping right up onto the receiving end and maybe looking to get super aggressive onto Cacao.
Oh, but they should be able to hit the vehicles, so the sprays are going to be coming on through. Chico was ready for it, but unfortunately the connections are not there just yet. Chico instead will have to just double on back while Lag takes a bit of a northern shift, just tries to avoid the rest of one round. Soul Esports, in the meanwhile, they haven't stopped. They've already taken a piece of Blackjack Esports. Now it seems they're taking a piece here of Wave. We'll have to wait and see how Wave will be able to recover, as that next zone shift will really make the deciding factor here for the teams. Is it going to be towards Titans? Is it going to be towards the center? And yes, it will.
Yeah, well, this is going to be that opportunity for 1 million rather, to just look to just absolutely dominate, right? They've got a great positioning held right there, but it is all going to be a very contentious play coming through on that very southern edge. Triple and Virtual Gaming going to be looking to see who will be the next team allowed to rotate forward towards the zone itself. It does seem like it's, at this point in time, a very fair kind of trade-off. We got M7MD trying to hold up that defensive line, but the blue zone is going to be adding to the complexity here. Now, several more heads going off in the background as well, but what a well-placed nade that is coming through from M7MD.
Oh, Gaddafi and one shot. They try to hold on, but bam, there is the return. One shot, just one nade. One opportunity now to take it even further. Lag going to be sent back into the lobby, unfortunately, but at least with one elimination. In the meanwhile, VST, they are taking apart Desert Flame bit by bit. And now the same has to happen here for Virtual Gaming.
Well, let's see where they're going to be going, right? VST stepping up, as we know. Oh, a few potential players could come through. We are seeing a few explosions coming into the feed as well. But look at this push coming through from Wave, right? Looking to rush straight in towards the position here between Desert Flame and VST. 6 God is down for the count. Flacco, Buden, DWAS. DWAS now getting... Oh, such a challenge, but there we have it. It's going to be It's a Brute to fall. Now trying to even out the bars here. 1-8. Oh, could be sent in, but look at the spray. DWAS. Beautiful timing, stepping up. Now, all they need to do is close it up, but will this be that potential play? DWAS looking absolutely phenomenal. Up comes Fivo. Flacco rushing in to bring in that assistance, and this could be that opportunity now for Desert Flame to get a beautiful squad wipe.
This is exactly what they needed to do. Jump in on the triggers, jump in on the action. It's going to be up to Fivo in the fire, in the flames, trying to hold on alongside Adleno. But of course, Buden, we know what they can do. We know what they've done in the past, but how are they going to recover from a 1v2, DK?
Well, I don't know. Fivo still going to be looking to move up. It's going to be all now down to Buden. Will he get it? No! Fivo stops them in their tracks and puts an end to Desert Flame. But this could be short-lived as Wave now also comes rushing straight on forward, looking to capitalize on the third party. Oh, out comes the nades. A little bit of damage right up in towards Adleno. We can see Soul Esports also just off in the distance. Oh, but Knight reaches in. Loving these third-party plays. And here we have it, right? It is going to be the numbers starting to dwindle. Fivo is going to be the final hope for left. Up comes Wave. Of course, the nades come on through, but that will not suffice as VST gets sent away.
Yeah, that third party from one round was the final nail in the coffin. That was the winning condition here for Wave Esports to move on in and take control of these compounds. So they should just give a heads up to one round a little bit later on. Instead, though, it will be leaders to give them a bit of a reply of their own, taking so much damage now. And Seoul Esports out in the open as well. What a reach from Morteza to find Hemo and send Seoul Esports back into the lobby. But now the action here for one round, because how will they rotate into the zone safely?
I mean, they're not going to have many options, right? Leaders are going to be looking to lock down this eastern edge. Blackjack, meanwhile, will get their fate sealed, signed, and delivered as they get sent out in that 10th position. One round, now still trying to play it out. We've got a Wave up ahead, but Wave right in front of them. And now, of course, Morteza reaches all the way across, just playing off of the elevation, looking to drive in as many hits as they can manage. But now, Carry Boy, stay away with those nades, please. Right? Morteza is busy doing their thing.
No, they're doing their thing. They just need to keep on doing it, because coming through here from the northern side, they have a massive opportunity of control. Of course, it is not without its dangers. We can see Arab Golden 1 million zero tolerance being within the mix, looking to upset this balance that leaders are just placing on, or at least, you know, the absolute action and ferocious energy. But of course, Myth out in the open, Venom with that mini 14 just tapping out away, and Farokh, I don't know if they're going to be able to survive.
Yeah, we definitely don't know just yet, but 1 million looking absolutely phenomenal. Smack dab center zone. Such a great elevation to play from. And now turning all their attention onto the players there from Myth. At least it is going to be 2 of the players, right? We still have Broly with that much more southern approach. But now Venom spots out Wave. Down goes D3S. Great focus coming in here. And now let's see whether or not Rhino will have an answer. Maybe they could still find that res. Oh, Venom, so close to locking in that elimination. But instead now it's like, you know what, it's fine. I'll just shoot at Myth.
No, I mean, you can take a pick right now in the zone, especially if you are the likes of 1 million esports. The angles that they have to control with now are just so devastating. As we can see, Venom picking apart Wave and looking for a bit more. I mean, they can look further to virtual gaming as well. Easy line of sight now for them. Titans moving on into Arab Golden might be a bit of a distraction, might be exactly what these teams need towards the southern portion, well, the southern portion of the hilltop to move on up and get closer.
Ooh, but look at Senke just going absolutely crazy, putting a very aggressive stop to the side there of Team Myth. But, you know, why are we surprised? This is PUBG. This is what these teams do. It's going to be Wave now looking to get themselves established towards the very edge of the zone. But not a lot of options remain for them. Titans still getting in the play here, moving in. Arab Golden right up ahead of them. But we could see a bit of a potential play now coming through from Zero Tolerance.
It's an option, right? That is obviously an option, but Rhino is going to be stepping on up to send Gaddafi and the rest of Virtual Gaming back into the lobby as they look to take this further. Of course, Morteza and, of course, Carryboy, leaders esports, moving on up into the zone. Unfortunately, that zone is going to be a bit of a trouble here. As you can see, Zero Tolerance moving on up, looking to take them out.
Oh, but there we go. Right, it's going to be a Rhino to get ended. Carryboy alongside Morteza. Now just looking to play towards this edge of zone. So you can see Zero Tolerance starting to spread themselves out, starting to try and flank their way on through to get themselves back into contention in the zone. But not a lot of options remain, right? Titans find themselves in a very similar position. But I'm loving this for leaders, right? Just perched on high. And now all they can do is rain down chaos. But unfortunately, there's no one to receive it on that end, as we know. Zero Tolerance, they've moved just a slight bit out of reach, but one round, they now rising to the occasion, and this could be Leaders Esports now just ripping them a new one.
Definitely going to be trying, at least. We'll see if it's going to happen here. Knight is going to be making a dash out into the open. You can't do that. Morteza is here with the line of fire. One round, they need to bring this back, DK.
Well, here we go, right? Morteza continuing with the barrage of utility, sending them out. Escanaut Chico trying to find a more opportune approach to be taking. Meanwhile, Venom finds some success slightly further down the southern edge. But here we go. Titans looking for the opportunity on towards Arab Golden. We've got Angelo isolated in the building. Not the best position to be, especially not with the force of Titan Gaming moving in your direction. But here we have it, Wiz now trying to bring in that extra bit of coverage. But another good position though, App Golden, nice hard cover, making it quite difficult for Titans to actually find them.
Oh, all right. Let's take a look at this. The nade. This one well-placed nade could be finding Ilias, and then it could be the trigger here for Titans to move into the building, take them out, and take control of a prime position in this final zone. It's going to be up to the 3 here from Arab Golden to deter them, to stop them from taking even further.
Oh, but now 1 million wave getting even closer. Titan just doing their due diligence, clearing it out floor by floor, looking to push on forward, and up they come. They find the first. Ilias is going to go down. Now Wiz still in a position where they can look to bring that surprise element. Oh, but the smoke not allowing that clear line of sight. We can see, but they can't. Now this is going to be a very tough position here for Wiz as the shots are fired. And that, of course, then gives that element of surprise no benefit whatsoever. But here we have it. P6 looking to rush in, finds the spray down. And that is going to be Arab Golden reduced to only 1 remaining hopeful.
Surprise, surprise. Good. It's a good time to just have a little bit of a wake-up call, right? It is a crazy stacked zone here. And now everyone is looking towards that next zone. It has shifted right into the center of all of our surrounding teams within this vicinity. But of course, Titans, they're going to have just a bit of time to restock on up as Zero Tolerance sends a beautiful nade into 1 million, looking to just, into 1 round, as they are looking to take them out of this northern portion of the zone.
Well, let's see. It's all now riding on Escanor. Lord almost spotting that opportunity, but Escanor has become one with the map, right? If you ever saw an ambush, that is definitely what is happening right there. Escanor becoming one with the plants. But 1 million still having to find a bit of an approach to take. They've got themselves down on the side of the hilltop. Oh, it is going to be Senke to get found out by Paradox. But now, Ivar still in a position where they could maybe find that last bit of a spray and just help 1 million along back to that lobby. Lazy Boy just going to keep keeping it steady. Not quite sure what's going to come through. Oh, but there we have it. It's going to be Venom to find a good response. And now, Zero Tolerance still have a bit of an opportunity to utilize.
That is the opportunity that lays ahead of them. We'll have to wait and see if they are able to take a hold of it. Of course, 1 million now in a bit of a pickle here, up right in between 1 million and, of course, Zero Tolerance. But first, they need to take out Wave Esports if they want to be able to move on into the zone, at least with a bit of space to work with.
Yeah, that is going to be Escanor to not succeed in being a bush for much longer as they get sent away to the lobby. Now, Lazy Boy going to be trying their best to lock in those hits on Wave. Ooh! A nice little bit of a preemptive spray coming through the smokes there as Wave are trying to lay down a bit of coverage to get themselves resituated. But this also opens up the opportunity for Titan and Zero Tolerance to continue their own altercation. Now, Blue Zone is going to be moving in, just eating away at these health bars. But let's see whether or not Titan have this one in the bag, right? Just doing their due diligence, just fishing for those hit markers. But now it is going to be 1 million and Wave getting into the fight. It is going to be the end of Venom. Up comes the spray as Lazy Boy rushes on forward. Come on, oh, in the building. And there we have it. It is going to be the end of Wave as Lazy Boy manages to hold on just by a slither towards the southern edge.
Oh, Lazy Boy now in contention for something, but it might just be a couple of nades. It might just be a couple of those lead pies here, DK.
Oh, here we have it. Zero Tolerance rising to the challenge, to the occasion. 10 eliminations. Look how happy Skydo is. I mean, he's just smiling all the way to the bank, right? But what a performance that was. Their second winner chicken dinner yesterday. They found it on Sanhok. Today, they found it on Miramar. What a showing that was.
Massive setups here. Now Zero Tolerance. They're doubling up as well, right? We know. But of course, Miramar was absolutely stacked to the T. That final zone was disgusting for these teams moving on into that hilltop, literally fighting uphill battle after uphill battle. I mean, the change-up that we saw, we thought it was Titans, we thought it was 1 million, but no, it was fantastic Zero Tolerance. Of course, quick break for us while we just process that, while we get ready for our next Sanhok of the day.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Of course, this is the final day number 2, match number 4 has just wrapped, right? In which we saw the players there from Zero Tolerance stepping up, locking in a very cheeky winner chicken dinner with 10 eliminations to accompany that, and of course resulting in some really great points. Let's take a look and see how many points the other teams were also then able to secure.
Stepping it on up, it is Zero Tolerance doubling down and picking up their second winner chicken dinner, 10 eliminations, and it was absolutely such a tough time to make it happen. As we can see, with just purely based on the eliminations, all of the teams had a huge opportunity into the final moments. They had massive angles to work with and a lot of contention from the surrounding teams. As you know, moving on up into the top of that mountain point, it was tough. Hey, if we talked about that uphill battle from Desert Flame, this one topped it.
Yeah, but I also want to commend Zero Tolerance, right? They took on the players there from Titan Gaming. And they lived to tell the tale, right? And what a great tale it is, right? Chicken dinner with 10 eliminations, absolutely tasty. But as we can see, this first page, quite aggressive, right? We got Erangel and leaders locking in their 2 and 3 eliminations respectively. But now we need to see what that second page looks like, right? How many points did the rest of the lobby find? It was VST walking away with 5, 4 of which, of course, came from the lovely eliminations.
It was a very good opportunity here for VST. Take their team wipes in one way or another. Of course, the rest of the teams not looking too great, and this is now the new trend that we saw. Yesterday, it was a trend of, okay, well, top 5 at least, picking up double digits. The rest of the teams looking pretty strong with only one team really having to worry about donuts. Now, it is looking a lot more sparse on this side of things, and that is because so many of the teams are trying to take every and any opportunity to bolster themselves in the overall standings. I mean, they're fighting for that top 6 position, and as we continue on, of course, those gaps are growing larger and larger.
Yeah, and of course we're expecting even more gaps to come on through. But as we know, right, some pretty amazing players that we saw in this last match. And we're going to be taking a look at a few of these absolutely phenomenal moments. Of course, Knight proving that they don't need a shotty, right? They just need anything that goes pew pew pew. And they will be able to stop someone in their tracks. And I'm loving the aggression that these teams are showing.
They are picking up some crazy spice here, TK. They are just dropping the hot sauce on towards Miramar, as we saw there with Moment, with these fantastic moments here from Desert Flame Esports as well. I mean, they narrowly made it a way and a play for them, but VST, they managed to at least survive for a few more moments before the third parties rolled on in. And as you can see here by the minimap, I mean, just look at the sheer number of teams duking it out 6 phases deep.
I mean, it was pretty crazy, right? But we love the insanity. And of course, speaking about insanity, right, we have the lovely Sanhok coming up next. So there could be even more spice being brought on through. But speaking about spice, of course, we're going to spice it up with a lovely shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And aside from Monster, much love going out to Oppo. The Born to Win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much-loved Renault 7 series. Now, there's 2 more maps to go for today, right? We've already done 4. Let's take a look and see what the point situation is.
Absolutely. 1 million. Hello to the 200s clubs. 201 points. Just topping off the rest of the charts, of course. Now, for Titan Gaming, there is a few more points that they need to pick up. It's another 20 if they want to get to that place, if they want to get themselves to be tied with 1 million esports. And as we go down the standings, we start to see a little bit of that disparity. As we mentioned, that gap slowly but surely forming, especially between 5th and 6th position here for the teams to try and catch up and get themselves into a position for the MEA champs. But okay, we finished off the top 5 with 115 points. Now we have to wait and see what the second page is going to be looking like and how the teams have to shift things on up if they want to be in contention for those spots.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty crazy shuffle, right? VST at this point is going to be the gatekeepers, right? They're going to see who they'll allow past them, or if anyone at all, right? Of course, Lag pretty close to them, but let's take a look and see what that second page then looks like. As you've mentioned, 115 points is going to be that 8th position. As we move in, only 2 points away is where we find the players from One Round Esports.
Oh, are we really saying that from 9th up into 6th place, you just need 7 more points? Well, obviously 8th to top VSC, but that just from 113 to 120, that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do to get yourself a shot at the MEA champs. One round, definitely in contention, of course, as we know. Zero Tolerance also very close. I mean, the rest of the page still very close to doing exactly that. Yes, I mean, if we take a look at, 16th versus 6th, it does become a little bit harder, but it still is plausible. It still is an opportunity for Arab Golden to pick things up and to get themselves into the first page.
Yeah, the opportunity still is there, right? As we know, two games away from the end of our second day, after which there's only going to be 6 more to go. So a lot of focus now needs to be brought in, especially by the teams finding themselves a little bit further down those standings. But as we've seen, right, based on what these teams have been doing yesterday and so far for today, that is still within the realm of possibility for these teams to try and close those gaps and proceed onto that very first page. And who knows, maybe even up into the top 6. But it is still going to be a very hairy fight, of course, to remind you as to how many games and how many days these teams have been playing through, right? Today, we are sitting on that number 5, right? We are getting ready for Sanhok, and already quite an exciting day ahead. And we've already been working our way through so many days of play, right? As we know, we have our previous days coming through as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just in this weekend alone, we've already played 10 maps of PUBG Mobile action. That's already, well, pretty much 2 away from being the exact number that these teams normally would have had to work with, moving on into a normal weekend of play, right? They would have normally had 4 a day, moving on in maybe even 5 a day, but that would have been the max for them. Now, this is going to be the action. This is going to be the challenging point. Moving into Sanhok, there's an opportunity for teams to jump on in with the third-party action and pick up those eliminations, which could be what they need to close the gaps on the overall standings. Like we said, from 9th up into 6th, it's only 7 points.
Yeah.
A few eliminations, maybe a placement here or 2. Bam, you've done it.
Yeah. Of course, now we're going to be looking to see who done it, right? As we are getting ready to move into a little bit of that Sanhok action. The teams now just getting themselves warmed up. The engines are roaring. Everyone is about to get buckled in. And of course, we're going to be seeing where that zone is going to be moving. Of course, on Sanhok, flight path, not all too important, but we have it, right? So we are going to be taking a jump straight into Sanhok, right into the jungle, to see what the teams are going to be bringing in match number 5 on our second day of the finals.
Oh, here we go. This is now going to be a big step up for the teams should they want to take this further. As we know, huge opportunity for them to close the gap, right? They have that opportunity, but it is going to be in the jungle. It is going to be in this 4x4 tiny area compared to the Miramar they just had to play. So it's a complete mind shift that they now need to bring in. They need to understand that, hey, those hot drops can still happen. And this time, unfortunately, if you take that engagement, you are going to be giving an opportunity to teams who can just jump in so easily into the third party.
Yeah, and as we saw, right, there's still a few teams that wouldn't mind finding themselves a few additional points, right? So if you deliver that on a platter, sure, why not? Of course, as we can see now, over towards the western side, that is where the zone is going to be situated, and that is going to be allowing a little bit of a more continuation rather towards that northwestern island, right? I'm loving the trifecta also being a very viable option at this point.
Yeah, no. Oh, Elias, Andrilla, what is happening? Why have we come here towards Camp Charlie? We do know that Wave Esports do love this area. They're feeling pretty good right now. But I'll have to take a look at it. Angelo at least has been rezzed on up, can just rotate on out to try and get some heals off, to try and get some weapons, because they're going to have to fight their way out of this position.
Yeah, still quite a bit of fighting to be brought through, right? But as we've seen, Wave, they've been showing up quite aggressively so far today So, it may be a little bit of a troubling play coming through here for Arab Golden, but who knows? Maybe Arab Golden, they've got that secret spice. They could just look to let it loose, moving into Sanhok.
That's absolutely the opportunity they could do. And we did see Wiz in this very similar situation last time, having to be a ninja. But now the backup is here. Now this is a completely different situation. And Wiz actually is not even here. So, yeah, very, very different indeed. Maybe you might be seeing Wiz doing the flanking things and helping out their teammates to take out Wave Esports here. As we can see, Rhino, hello. What a shot with the Vector.
Yeah, Rhino just stampeding straight on forward. Finds Elias. Down they go. Arab Golden down to 3. Now D3S and the rest of Wave in a great opportunity to just maybe show up quite aggressively. Angelo and Ban having to try and figure out what their approach will be and how they're going to try and fend off the advances of Wave.
That's going to be the question here. We can see the first nade going to be sent on out. Maybe just a bit of a deterrent, but D3S, they are holding on to a massive opportunity. Angelo also just going to be providing a slight tad bit of cover. But now the turnaround is here. They need to get information. They need to get an angle onto Wave.
Well, is the angle going to work out, though? Up comes Angelo. Got the Tommy gun in hand. Oh, need to reload. Oh, but that's not going to be needed as D3S comes in with a sneaky, cheeky hit. Now, Ban trying to hold on for dear life. Up comes the push. As we know, right, Ban is not going to be the final contender for the team. Instead, now they put up quite a defensive play onto Wave. Gets a knock onto a Zakaria. But D3S and Rhino's not going to be backing off just yet. Out comes the rush, the push, and down they go. Again, Wiz finds himself as the final remaining hopeful for the team of Arab Golden.
Okay, no, this is an interesting setup that we can see here. But for Wave Esports, I mean, picking up those 3 eliminations, it is going to be feeling good. And for Wiz, once again, right, they started off as a member in absolute peril on the first Sanhok of the day. They ended up as the last member of Arab Golden. And now, well, now they're just going to be the last member of Arab Golden to try and fly the flag even higher. The rest of the teams, they are still going to be pretty healthily set up. We still have all 16 of our teams well in and represented. Moving on in, Titans coming through, of course, from Camp Bravo, just behind Virtual Gaming. So I would be a little bit stressed here for Alpha Luigi should that zone push come on in, because then they could be finding themselves a bit isolated and in some trouble.
Yeah, so we'll see where this one goes, right? Maybe there could be a little bit of trouble for Alpha Luigi, but it doesn't seem like Titans are going to be venturing in that exact direction just yet. Instead, we do see AXA just prepping up the vehicle, looking to see if they can maybe make a little bit more of a risky rotation elsewhere, right? Could be towards Quarry, but we are in the meantime having that convergence of teams heading down in towards Center Zone once again.
Okay, hello. So a bit of a setup here that teams have an opportunity for. But of course, this is going to be a bit of a fun one. Moving on through into this opportunity now. We've got one round, Triple Esports and VST in the center. A little bit of Soul Esports and Zero Tolerance spread up amongst them as well. But towards the more northern island, it's only Slime 4KT and Leaders. So they pretty much have the entirety of that northwestern island to themselves. And the rest of the teams, they have to jump into that trifecta area if they want to get some information. Now, of course, we know Triple Esports, no strangers to these angles. And now they've got a few one-rounders up towards the hilltop.
Yeah, let's see where this position is going to be going, though. I mean, Triple still could find a little bit of a position to try and utilize. I mean, one round could be quite exposed should they decide to rotate straight down from this mountaintop, right? But as we know, these mountains south of bootcamp is at times a very prized position to be holding, right? Especially with the likes of Zero Tolerance just situated towards the eastern side. Could be quite an exciting play. But of course, now we are going to be looking on as Lag and Wave descend down into chaos as Rhino now gets knocked, and it's now up to the rest of the team looking to see if they can maybe come in with a bit of an answer to that.
Oh, they were feeling so good from that Arab Golden jump up, and now they have to deal here with TEAMLAG, who we know have the spray downs. Only down to Zakaria now to step on up here for Wave. Oh, no. No step ups.
Easy claps. Easy claps, right? It is going to be Lag just moving straight on forward, finding a great opportunity here, but they're not out of the woods because Desert Flame is lying in wait just up ahead.
Yeah, look, if we take a look at this, there's going to be plenty of these situations, right? They pick up an elimination. I mean, it literally just happened to Wave. They picked up Arab Gold and they moved on through, and then bam, they're the ones to be being picked up. They're the ones that unfortunately have to step on down. But Trifecta is always that little bit of extra spice on Sanhok. We know that it just allows for the teams to really be put to the test because so much of that playable area is now, well, just relegated to water. It's relegated to a bit of a swim that they can't really risk taking.
Yeah, unless of course your name's leaders, right? And you've got that lovely blubber duck, and you can move wherever you want, right? But it doesn't seem like leaders are going to be opting for any boat maneuvers whatsoever because they don't need to, right? They're pretty well secured towards the northern edge. But it's going to be quite interesting to see what's going to happen on the eastern side, right? So many teams still having to move on through. We know 1 million, they like to take their sweet old time when it comes to Sanhok and those blue zones. So we're not too phased about where they currently find themselves. We are also then going to be looking onto Seoul Esports, situated up in towards Ruins.
Yeah, no, they're looking very, very set up. But again, for how much longer? That's all that it comes down to, and that's always going to be the case here with Sanhok. As you know, third-party actions, the teams are going to be constantly shifting and playing, the change game as we move on through. Now, Lag Esports moving on here, just behind the territory of Desert Flame Esports. Again, this position towards the southeastern portion. Whoever wins out this opportunity, whoever wins out this engagement, are going to have a relatively peaceful time moving into the zone. So it's going to be crucial for Desert Flame to hold their ground and to stop Lag's approach into any further territories.
Well, let's see just how much of a stop they can put in, right? As we know, it's going to be a very risky performance. Now, it is going to be Flacco looking to welcome them in. We've got Kakao just up ahead. 1-9 also ready, or getting found out. A9Q could fall victim, and they do as 6 comes strafing in with a beautiful vector spray, followed up with the AK action. And now it all turns down to Kakao and Fantasy, the final 2 hopefuls, but Fantasy is going to be pushing across that bridge, trying to sneak in behind them, and that is going to be a must, as Fantasy is the last remaining player for the side of Lag.
Hello and welcome to the action here. It is Desert Flame Esports stepping up once again, claiming those 3 eliminations. Only 1 behind Lag. Of course, we know what happened with Lag, but of course, taking this even further, right? Lag Esports, in particular Fantasy, looking to continue their reign of terror. I mean, they're the elimination leaders. They just need to match it up with some placements, and then they could be having a winning formula. Blackjack taking a very interesting opportunity here. It's nestled in nicely between Zero Tolerance, 1 round, and VST.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's the kind of nestling I would want to do, right? Especially not on Sanhok. It's a tough position to be holding, but maybe they can make some magic happen from this point forward. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what exactly they have in store for us while we wait for the rest of the teams now to find their positions, right? We have VST and Myth towards the southern edge of zone, close to center, but still some opportunities could be presented here.
Absolutely, they could be, but how else are they going to make it happen other than just keep pushing on forward, just keep on pushing through the lines of all of the teams that these teams are setting up? I mean, Myth now, the most southwestern team, moving just behind VST, looking for information. You can see Broly just making an approach on in. Oh, has to be careful though, because they're heading straight into Atleno. All right, no, they're okay. They're okay. My anxiety is through the roof right now. They still need to find an opportunity to maybe take on VST.
Yeah, Atleno's showing nerves of steel, right? Even if you rush them, they're not even going to flinch. They're just like, that's nice. But of course, the zone is going to be putting even more focus on Trifecta, right? So Triple Esports find themselves absolutely gloriously blessed, but it's going to be a challenge, right? Especially with Slime and Leaders situated towards the north, adding onto that VGS, right? Virtual Gaming coming through from that northeastern side. So there could be quite a bit of pressure now starting to mount on that front. And of course, speaking about pressure, is going to be Myth down to Ramsey. A very, very unfortunate turn of events as Brody then also gets sent away.
Oh, it's unfortunate here for some of these teams. Chemo's also now finding Broly there with the confirmation. So, yeah, Ramsey listen, Ramsey, you know, let's have a chat here. We've seen these 1v3 spray downs. We've seen these crazy clutches on Miramar. But what do you have in store for us on a bit of a Sanhok, right? What are you going to bring to the table? You need to now one up that 1v3 here. That's the challenge. We'll see if they're going to be taking that one on. Of course, Triple Esports now finding Blackjack here.
Love it, love it. Got to see the action just continuing to build as Blackjack now venture into Triple Esports territory. Of course, paying the price, so we can see the knocks lining up in pretty close succession. But now it turns to MG to see whether or not they can maybe piece this back together. Still having a relatively full health bar there. But as we can see, Chronal does find that nade, that res rather, on towards Phonics. And the pressure is on. We got the players there from VST also not too far away towards the western side. But over in the east, 1 round are going to be holding a steady position, right? Not going to be budging from the bootcamp hills.
No, they're not going to be moving in from this just yet. But all right, let's take a look at this. 1 million, still all of them actually out into the zone. This time it's not just Senke, it is literally the entirety of 1 million because they're taking a bit more of a northern approach, maybe even heading towards Hatin before moving on down just behind Leaders Esports. If that does happen, that is going to be a very, very spicy fight here for the northern control alongside Slime 4KT. But looking at the rest of the zone, as we mentioned, towards the southeastern portions of the islands, it is stacked and stacked and stacked with teams, even as we can see here with Blackjack and Triple Esports just staring, you know, one another into their eyes, just looking at, who's going to be winning the staring contest before all of these fights start to break out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get the answer soon enough, right? 13 minutes in, 3 zones deep, and we're a minute and a bit of change away from seeing where this next zone is going to be taking us. But of course, things are quieting down in that center zone, right? So still playing a very spread out position. We do see Rauf and Hemo, as well as Weiss, towards Ruins, with Omar now just keeping a very watchful eye on the players there from Triple Esports. And towards that southern edge, it's going to be Desert Flame, still trying to find a little bit of a position to play from, moving in.
Titans now, just from that eastern portion, have just managed to get themselves into zone. If you are looking for your Titans to visit Flame Esports, well, they're trying to do the exact same, moving on in from the southern portion. But what a challenge it's going to be. I mean, just behind VST and, well, Ramsey. We know what Ramsey needs to do. So there is an opportunity here to take it on further. But that next zone shift, DK, here could change up the narrative completely, especially for the likes of 1 million.
Yeah, as it could definitely change things up considerably. But, you know, well, there's the answer, right?
Ouch.
There's going to be a lovely spanner in the works getting thrown across. Leaders now need to move. Slime needs to move. 1 million need to commit to getting out of Blue Zone. Virtual Gaming, Titan, Zero Tolerance, 1 round, Lag, VSC, Myth, Desert Flame, pick a name, right? They all need to find a decent position to move in. But this is where the onus is going to be on Triple and Soul and Blackjack. They need to lock down those positions. Because once the rest of the lobby starts moving in, I mean, it's going to be too late to try and ready yourself then.
Pretty much. That's just how the cookie is going to be crumbling here. But Titans, they're not looking to crumble anytime soon. They literally just drive straight through, 0 tolerance. And Puncher will be feeling the brunt of that action, unfortunately. As the rest of Titans, they literally go from one grinder to the other. It is the end, potentially, of Titans between 0 tolerance and VST.
Yeah, well, as we know, right, if you don't risk it, you won't know, and Titan's now paying an absolute toll for rushing through a few teams. 0 tolerance and VST going to be looking to apply quite a bit of pressure on what is left of the Titan gaming team. Meanwhile, 1 round, going to be making a slow, steady approach towards the zone, right? Moving down from that elevation, but it's going to be opening them up to several other heads to come on in. Lag, meanwhile, will be meeting the end as Fantasy gets sent away. And with that, we are down to only 14 remaining teams. Zero tolerance now also feeling the pressure as our bridge trolls, right, start just popping off a few hits. Now, Slime rushing in on Soul Esports.
Oh, it's going to be Hemo and Wisey to have to watch as Rauf says their final goodbyes and gets sent back on into the lobby. Now, this is at least still in a 3v... Well, maybe a 3v2? maybe a 3v3 situation at least, if they could try and isolate the players here from Slime 4KT. But Desert Flame Esports moving on in here just from the outskirts of the zone is going to add a little bit of that third-party action here. And of course, it's going to come down to who's going to be focusing on that tunnel vision, who's going to be picking the fight first.
Yeah, and I'm loving this confidence coming through from Desert Flame, right? We know that they've already found the winner chicken dinner. Looking so comfortable right here in Sanhok. Moving in. Already 4 eliminations to their name. They've got a clear line towards the players here from Soul Beard and just narrowly escaping in behind that tree. But of course, the noise is now going to attract even more attention coming through from Slime 4KT as well. With that, one round is going to be losing one of their players. But Zero Tolerance also now coming into the fray.
Oh, coming down that line, it is going to be Zero Tolerance holding a fantastic opportunity here towards 1 million. But the longer they take, the longer the danger comes on in. As we see Paradox actually now getting sent on out. And the clapback from Vortex. But all of this happening out into the zone.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Vortex and Venom, right? A little bit of that V-on-V action to see who's going to be one to lock down the edge. Blue Zone is going to be eating away at both players' health bars, but Venom has a bit of a little bit of an enlightening coming through there, as it is going to be Venom to fall to the blue. Vortex managing to survive, and will we see that kind of a closure now come through? 1 million obviously has one of their players positioned somewhere on the map, bringing in that heal strat, and no surprise to really see that happening, but it is going to be Venom to get ended, and Vortex now picking up yet another elimination.
One round of Blackjack Esports, the next dish potentially up for grabs. As we can see, a little bit of pressure being applied here by Triple Esports. They've been having the staring contest for long enough now. They want an answer. Knights, we've seen what they've been able to do so far, but can they pick up more? Can they hold it on the line here for one round? Moving on in, it is Blackjack Esports looking for the angles. They are smoking them out quite literally, but Phonics out in the open, just that sliver of angles will be what one round needs to take the trigger on forward.
Fortunately for Blackjack, right, the smoke does nothing other than obstruct your vision, but it is going to be the end of the road for Titan Gaming. Now, in one round, rushing on forward, already finding that first knock. The second one now comes through. Oh, and down they go as Knight just puts them to bed.
Oh, massive, right? Because now they're picking up the angles here on the eastern side. But look at Vortex just beaming on in, trying to find an angle here into the action. YC picking up 6 God and Slime 4KT, or at least Parza from Slime 4KT, out in the blue, trying to survive right next and alongside Leaders Esports. And just to the right of them, it is Soul holding their position here in the zone.
Well, all the hope and dream for Desert Flame now rides solely on Buden, the final player left. But it is going to be Hemo to send out a bit of a nade towards them. Could this be the end? Oh, Hemo getting scary close. But Buden not going to be flinching just yet. They do, however, get spotted out there by M7MD. And down they go. Desert Flame getting snuffed in 10th position. But now it's going to be that snowball effect. We still have 9 teams left. We are in our 6th phase, about to hit that 7th phase. And there's no space left for any of these teams to fight it out, of course. Slime are going to fall next as Plaza goes down to the blue. And 8 teams left to challenge each other for possession of what is left of the zone.
Oh, one round applying so much pressure here towards VST, really making it incredibly difficult for them to move on in from that southern position. Meanwhile, in the middle of the zone, it is Triple Esports with massive control, right? Now, they just need to deal with Leaders Esports and Soul, who are the earliest obstacles, the earliest pieces of danger for them to try and digest. Moving on in, Leaders Esports, a tough position for them to try and get out of here.
Wow, great nade getting sent in here. Triple Esports keeping up the aggression, finding those re-knocks now down on towards Leaders. But of course, a quick little bit of a response getting sent out in turn. Golden are going to be falling next to the damage. But here we have a Triple trying to patch themselves back up. 7 Reef about to join the fight once again. But this provides a great opportunity now for Leaders Esports to come moving right on forward, right up to their doorstep. And of course, a few mollies in tail. Up they come flying on through. PRZ will get hit, but look at that. Chemos gets found right on out.
Surprise, surprise. Some follow-up nades to now be sent on through as Leaders Esports are looking to tie a pretty bow on Triple Esports and their severance package as they get set back into the lobby potentially. But Seven Reef will be the surprise factor that is going to send Morteza down to the ground. Now up to Shadowin and Carryboy here to take it further.
You just see the determination in their eyes, right? Triple Esports. They want it under lockdown. 7 teams still remain, but we don't have 7 teams in the zone. Instead, we've got 4, right? As we can see, quite the congested position being held towards the north here. But look at M7MD now trying to play on that wall. Shadowin instead has a few answers, but Morteza, of course, going to be relaying quite a bit of information. But I'm loving the setup coming through here for Triple Esports. They've got the zone, and all they need to do now is just defend it. Soul Esports going to be falling next, but that is Shadowin getting down. Carryboy having all the pressure on their shoulders. Oh, they get spotted. Seven Reap coming up with a bit of a shoddy action. Oh, there we go. The shots connecting, and Carryboy carrying the hopes and Leaders Esports right back into the lobby as Triple locks it down. But Vibe 7, the only player.
Well, joined by YC, at least somewhat joined by YC as they need to make a quick dash into the zone. All right. No, you will not be joining anything. Unfortunately, moving on in, it is going to be all down to Triple Esports and VST, at least Zuxi from VST out in the blue just to hold on to that second place position. But this is going to be the confirmation that Triple Esports needed today, DK.
Yeah, Triple Esports tripling down on the efforts, right? Rising to the occasion, and a potential chicken dinner could be at hand, but we don't know just yet. It's all going to rely solely on Zuxi. Maybe a cheeky spray. There's a cheeky spray, but it's not making the necessary connections onto anything. Instead, it is going to be the end of VST and a very easy victory coming through there for Triple Esports. And I mean, what I mean by easy, it was only easy when there was one player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. But of course, 9 eliminations getting awarded there to them, and that's going to do some pretty favorable things for them, as we know, right? The first chicken for Triple Esports. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. The first chicken winner chicken dinner into our finals weekend for Triple Esports to pick up with those 9 eliminations is really just going to add a little bit of sweetness to the overall standings for them. Massive opportunities here on towards Sanhok, and what a final zone to fight the way that they had to. It was so tough, and it just continues to be the theme of today. But while we talk about continuing themes, we're going to be talking about continual breaks as we move into a quick one while we get ready for the last map of today.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms, but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is, of course, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Right here in the full spread, right? I mean, too much excitement, even falling over words. What are those? But, of course, as we know, right, the teams have already played through 5 matches today. We've got one more to go. Next up is going to be the final one of the day, heading over into a little bit of that Erangel excitement. But, of course, as we know, right, Sanhok filled with action. Let's take a look and see what the point situation is. Of course, Triple Esports locking in that winner-winner chicken dinner.
Oh, okay. Triple Esports, 24 points. And so far, really keeping with the theme that every winner chicken dinner is at least picking up those 7 eliminations. And they topped it up with 2. But of course, going down into Sanhok, we saw a very good spread of those eliminations. Teams really being able to at least match or pick up a few, bonus points moving on into the final moments, even towards the second page. We saw the likes of TEAMLAG, Wave Esports, and Titans doubling up in one way or another.
Yeah, the myth, the team, the legend, finding themselves up in that 16th position, making a quick stop over at the bakery, picking up some donuts. But you know what? It's fine. At least we know their bellies are full. Now they can get ready to step in to the very last match of the day to see what performances they have in store for us. So already a very, very exciting day. We saw a few teams doubling down on those winner-winner chicken dinners. And of course, several teams rising to the occasion, right? We had Desert Flame stepping up, locking in their first winner-winner chicken dinner. And then the players here from Triple Esports doing exactly the same.
Oh, but we knew just around the corner it was craziness that was going to follow suit here on Sanhok. I mean, that dash across the bridge line, the bridge trolls, they unfortunately didn't have as much of a fun experience, but we had a fun experience watching these final moments here with Triple Esports just holding the pressure and keeping leaders Esports pinned down to the final second. Of course, this has been such a good showing of the teams and their resilience, because now we've got the 6th map for the day, and they still don't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon.
No, no. Even though they've taken a few Baker bins, right? Of course, we are going to be taking a look to see what the overall standings are. It is 1 million, the only team currently sitting on 200 plus points, 209 if you want to be 100% exact. Of course, Titan Gaming sitting a few points behind them, right? So currently, it's going to be a little bit of work, about 26 points difference coming through on that front. Meanwhile, Virtual Gaming Squad, just a few behind them, right? 5 points behind. So we can still see quite a bit of a move coming through in our top 5 teams. But if VSC Gaming really focus their efforts, we could maybe see them just closing the gap on Slime 4KT.
Massive opportunities, as we know. We keep talking about those opportunities. We have 1 more today, 6 more tomorrow, and then that's going to be it. Then we're going to crown our top 6. Then we are going to know who's going to be taking it further into the MEA champs. But now, 139. That is the gatekeeping number for teams to get themselves into the top 6. As we take a look at that second page, we can see how close it's going to be for some of the teams like Team Myth, as an example, on 115. It's really not a massive leap. I mean, in terms of like having a massive game, we've already had teams just continually staying up above that 20-22 points as they take the winner chicken dinners. So there is still a following suit that could happen here for any of the teams on this side.
Yeah, it still could happen, but it is becoming increasingly more challenging for the teams to succeed in doing that, right? Because the standards just keeps on getting pushed further and further upwards. Of course, Zero Tolerance, Soul, Triple, Myth, still in a position where they could make a bit of an impact, but, they're really going to have to work for it. Of course, speaking about it, working for it, let's head into the very last map of the day. Heading straight into Erangel. You can see the lovely flight path coming through towards the northern edge, right? We got Stolber over on the left. We got the lovely split there towards Rozok over on that right-hand side, which only then means that we are heading straight down towards the Novo crates on that southern edge.
All right. So, I mean, DK, you've been doing this to me for the last 2 days. Where do you not or do want to see that zone be going to?
Oh, in one of the cardinal directions.
That helps me
Yes,
not at all.
yes. That's as vague as I can answer. If I want to be a little bit more precise, I don't want to see anyone play military, right? That's not...
Okay.
I mean, yes, we know Arab Golden's most likely going to be pushing there, but I don't want them to be accompanied by a lovely circle in that same direction, right? Of course, if anyone's confused, we are using reverse psychology,
Yes.
right? Because if we say what we want, we don't get it. So if we say what we don't want, we sometimes get it. So let's see how this works. Of course, the plane about to cross off the map, and the team's starting to disperse themselves. Quite interestingly, of course, we already see the players there from Virtual Gaming pushing straight up in towards Savoni. Ooh, yep, nope. That is the zone. Listen to what I said, literally, and not the opposite of it. But either which way, right? Northern zone, that is still going to be a pretty decent play. It's northwestern if you want to be a little bit more spicy about that. But here we have a good play now for these teams to get themselves situated. And of course, no surprise to see Arab Golden and, the players there from VST moving in, but Soul, again, with the slight adjustments, we know that they do go to Novo, but I'm loving these extra additions coming in.
Oh, okay. So moving on in, we're going to be seeing, surely, there's a Flame Esports moving into Gatka. We're obviously going to be seeing Arab Golden and Soul Esports there towards military, VST. Maybe just taking a lower cut into the zone, into the usual Ferry Pier Mosque area, maybe even a quarry there. But we'll wait and see how long those little yellow circles are going to be staying towards the military base island. In the meanwhile, we've got Virtual Gaming up there towards Saverni. No surprise there. Blackjack Esports actually looking to potentially join Slime 4KT in Yasnaya Boliana. So there's a few interesting points of contention, especially 1 million and Triple Esports there over towards Georgia Pool and Hospital. As we know, the current flight path that they're taking has them very, very close with landings as well.
Yeah, I mean, a great few opportunities could still come through with those landings, but it does seem like we do have quite a few teams now opting for vehicles as they found them. PLZ is going to be defying gravity as they go flying out of windows, which only happens in PUBG at this point in time. But either which way, of course, quite a bit of excitement as the teams are going to be looking to get themselves situated. And of course, If you're watching, be sure to tell us what do you think is going to happen next, right? Who do you think is going to be the team to pick up that winner chicken dinner? Of course, you can hit us up on the social medias, not only on YouTube, but you can also reach us on Facebook as well as on TikTok. Be sure to include that hashtag, right? Hashtag PMPL Africa. Tell us what you think of the team's performances so far and who has been surprising you the most. But for the time being, speaking about surprises, it's going to be no surprise to see Desert Flame moving up into Gatka.
Nope, no surprise whatsoever, taking the usual routes, as we can see 1 million doing the exact same here towards the outskirts of Georgia Pool, because we know Triple Esports have moved in just a slight tad up into the southern portion of Georgia Pool. So they have a few neighbors that they need to deal with, all welcome, depending on how they want to work with it for now. But still, first, let's get those loots on up, because a revolver, Senke, you need a little bit more than that.
Well, you don't know necessarily, right? I mean, give Senke a bicycle like he just ran across there. I mean, he could make magic happen, right? I don't know if he could turn the bicycle into a plane, but that's where it started.
Just pick it up.
That's where it started, right? So let's see. If someone can turn a bicycle into a plane, if Senke can make magic happen, if he finds one themselves. So not too much to be stressed about just yet. We do see several improvements coming through with positional play as the teams are looking to take up a few of the vacancies they find available up ahead. But I do think there might be a little bit more focus being put towards those bridges just on the edge of the military island, right? AppGolden and, of course, Seoul Esports now still having to find themselves in a little bit more of an opportune position towards that zone.
And what's interesting, of course, AppGolden had at least a few members, scattered in between, of course, Seoul Esports and getting to that eastern bridge. Now they're fully holding that eastern bridge, basically captive, waiting for Seoul Esports to try and make their approach into the zone, at least for the time being. We'll wait and see if they're still going to continue that later on, as they're quite spread out indeed. But even Titans still teetering along, looking and waiting to see if Seoul Esports will be making that rotation. As we can see, Elias and Ban now actually heading back from that eastern bridge and rather opting for their usual western bridge location. So no early fights just yet, but there was a little bit of a train thought. There was a gear that moved, and they thought, this could be a thing. Oh.
Yeah, while we wait, might as well just go drifting in the field. Why not? Have a little bit of fun while you're at it. So there we go. As the rest of AppGolden now joins up into that military base, we see Seoul also now starting to explore their region, but Myth trying to spread themselves out in anticipation. Right? We can see Momin and Farok here venturing far down towards that southern side, quite some distance away from the reinforcements, right? So Ramsey and Broly still held up all the way in towards Pachinki, but they've spotted some movement there. It is none other than It's a Bood moving through. But again, the trigger discipline coming through, and Myth not going to be jumping at that opportunity just yet.
Not just yet. They still have a little bit of time before they're really going to be forced to do anything of the sort. And again, just looking for those early engagements, looking for the opportunities that were there at the start of Erangel. It's already just dispersed on out. The teams have already given that space, given that respect. As we mentioned, they're not forced to take those engagements just yet. And if they don't feel comfortable that they're actually going to be walking away with anything, positive for them, like an elimination or two, without really losing any of their members, why go for it at all, especially so early into this last Erangel of the day?
I mean, if you don't have to, don't, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing coming through from these teams, being very selective with how they take these approaches. When they know that they can get that shot, right? They can play that angle. They can leverage it in their favor. That's when they strike. But what we also do see here is that Angelo is playing a little bit of a cat and mouse game, right? Luring the players from Seoul Esports even closer to that military base.
Yes, just come into and join us in our office, and maybe we can have a bit of a discussion. A friendly discussion, of course. Nothing vicious whatsoever, about a little bit of a talk. It's just come this side. We'll see what happens. But of course, this is now the question, right? Titans, they moved into that eastern bridge, which is why Seoul Esports had to back on out. And now they had to back on out into the western portion. They're getting baited into a little bit of something potentially here by AppGolden. And now they want to take the western bridge into VST.
Ooh. Well, I mean, that bridge will come later. There's a Flame now. Are going to be stepping up, finding their first elimination. A little bit of a costly play there on towards Myth. And who's going to be our first player down? in this game, as we are at that 8-minute marker, still sitting with 16 teams and 63 players strewn all across this map. But we are seeing quite a vacancy towards that gut card territory, right? So I'm curious to see, are we going to have anyone potentially rotating in? We have a very similar positional play coming towards that eastern side, right? That farm and the surrounding area being quite open for the taking. But the same can be said about the north, right? Past that whole shooting range territory also entirely vacant.
Oh, okay. So the northern portion really, of course, up for the grabs. And the question mark we're going to be waiting for is to see who's going to be taken, because we know Virtual Gaming actually moved down from Severny. They moved into that center portion. They want to be closer to the action. But depending on this next zone shift, it could all but change and force them to double on back. But no, shooting range, yes, definitely a very good option for some of the teams moving on in still. But Virtual Gaming, the rest of the teams, most of our teams are going to be happy with this next shift.
I'm seeing a little bit of a potential fight coming through for Everest, right? Triple already getting themselves situated there. Yes, 1 million they've settled for Cube for the time being. But, for how much longer will they be satisfied for that? We do see Lazy Boy moving further and further south. So there could be some contention coming through for that Everest position. Meanwhile, over towards the eastern side, it's going to be Blackjack just playing a few bumper cars as they now come on the approach towards the eastern edge of zone. They've got School right in front of them. But are they going to be looking for a little bit more of a southern positioning?
It's going to be the question mark here, isn't it? We want to see what these teams can turn it on around with. Because as we know, the gaps on the overall leaderboard, they are starting to build. So everyone is looking for any opportunity. I mean, if we take a look at Lag's, opportunity, just what they've brought into today alone, they've had a massive leap up onto that leaderboard, sitting in 8th position now. So why not take out the likes of Desert Flame Esports? Why not take out the likes of these teams in the surrounding areas? It could bolster their elimination points and they could really be standing so pretty. But now, as we know, it is that 139 marker. It is those points that are keeping the teams out of the EMEA champs that they need to get closer and closer to.
Yeah, the EMEA champs, that's definitely where we know it's going to be even more crazy action, just based on what we've been seeing coming through from this season. And we know the last EMEA champs also quite exciting, but as we have it, it is going to be Wave Esports now, pulling closer and closer towards Virtual Gaming. Gaddafi in one shot, sitting like I almost wanted to say like gremlins up on the hilltop, but then I realized gremlins don't necessarily sit on hilltops, right? So either which way, they're just going to be looking on, smiling to themselves, gathering information before deciding on an approach to take. And in the meantime, we do see that feed also now starting to light up as the teams are finding each other on the battlefield.
Oh, step it on up. Let us see what these teams are going to be doing. Desert Flame Esports, they've already had such a phenomenal day, but unfortunately, we know everyone else is going to continuously step it on up. So currently, they're sitting in that 15th place. They've got 87 points. They're very, very close to taking this further. And going up against the likes of Zero Tolerance, who are in 12th position, could be what they need to jump up on the standings here. So this is going to be a vital fight here for Desert Flame to take it out and to hopefully win it out to move on further.
Yeah, not only vital, but essential, right? They need to take any opportunity presented to them. If that means that they've got to work through Zero Tolerance, then so be it. But if they want to improve those points, they know what they need to do. They need to get down to business and handle the business here with Zero. But of course, Skydo is going to be in the opposite end of that wall, so nades won't be able to touch them, at least not from where we see the Desert Flame team currently being positioned. Lag, however, are also pretty close, right? So this is where Zero Tolerance and Desert Flame need to be quite cautious. Make too much noise, and you are going to be attracting a lot of unwanted attention.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, just the position that they hold smack bam center zone, it's just so tempting, right? Isn't it? It's just so tempting, especially now with that zone shift and all of the teams moving on in from that western portion. They are going to be the highway to Crazy Town, because now they need to keep all of the teams out of the zone. They need to keep all of these teams from taking their positions away from them, so they can't necessarily focus just on each other. We can already see Desert Flame Esports hopping on into the vehicles because in a matter of seconds, it's suddenly not worth it to hold this position.
Yeah, but of course, speaking about Crazy Town, right? One team that is not necessarily going to find Crazy Town is Arab Golden, right? a nice, casual, leisurely stroll coming through on that southeastern side. Beautiful vacancies up ahead of them. They can just move in, get themselves situated, and then just rain down chaos on everybody ahead of them. But of course, now they're going to be looking on. We can see the players here from Lag trying to push in from that southwestern side. We see Desert Flame still ahead of them, but we have Blackjack as well as Myth and Titan and Leaders all hanging around in the vicinity. So this is going to be a very testing position, especially now looking at Lag.
All right. Let's see what's going to be happening here. Myth already taking a boatload of damage to both of their players. Half HP. Here we go. Teak not looking to step down anytime soon. Instead, now they have an even better opportunity at the rest of Myth as Puncher also closes the gap. Bam, bam, bam. Looking for Morteza. But of course, we know this is going to be a tough uphill battle here for both of these teams to move on closer into the zone. Or at least to just get themselves in a better position because center zone is going to be tough.
Lag coming through with a quick response, though, finding a little bit of a knock in the mix as well, reaching in from that church position. But here we go, Ramsey, our 1v3 monster, right now just lurking out in the open field. The headshot hills is where it's at. The Morteza just holding a steady position on the very edge. I'm loving this position being held by both Leaders and Myth, right? Both these teams having some pretty great opportunities here, but it's all going to come down to how they get to utilize those opportunities. Now Morteza trying to apply a little bit of a pressure position on towards Myth. Momin managing to evade the vast majority of that, but the hits come in as Puncher reminds them to look both ways before sending out any nades.
Surprise, surprise, the cavalry has arrived, and what a beautiful angle to work with here. As we can see, this is the prime positioning that Titans currently hold within the zone, and now they can do what they do best. They can look for those eliminations, and they can claim them to the team. Morteza and Leaders making a very abrupt rotation here, trying to close the gap, but they are center zone. They are in the danger zone now for all of these teams to try and take away from. Virtual Gaming loving the opportunity here from the ridgeline, but they're going to be up against Slime 4KT if they want to take this further.
Yeah, of course, that zone is going to be kicking them all to the west, moving straight towards Desert Flame. And this is going to be another great opportunity for Desert Flame to try and hold on. Zero Tolerance and Blackjack find themselves in a very kind of similar setup. But now, Triple Esports sending out that first scout. As you can see, Seven Reef on the approach, trying to see if there's a bit of an opportunity lying ahead. They're expecting quite a bit of congestion to come through on that southern edge, right? VSC, Soul, Lag, all still having to make that decisive rotation.
All right, let's see what's going to be the options here. As Triple Esports moves on into this northwestern opportunity, just keeping their heads on a swivel. We know something is going to be crazy, just lurking in and about the midst, but it's going to be Zero Tolerance just up ahead of them. That is going to be the real determining factor to see if they want to take this further, right? But of course, that's not all that they need to worry about. That zone is going to provide 1 million. Desert Flame, Blackjack Esports Leaders, a massive opportunity for the winner chicken dinner.
Well, let's see. Oh, they're going to be grabbing it with everything they've got. So we got Paradox about to get a nice little bit of something heading in their direction. But the stairs, unfortunately, not going to be allowing any of those cheeky hits. That would have been cool, though. But Morteza now finds the opportunity onto Ban. And Wiz is going to get rushed upon by Shadowin and PRZ. Down goes Ban. And now Wiz, again, finds themselves in a very sticky situation. Sends out a bit of a molly. Oh, there we go. But Wiz gets taken down. And with that, Arab Golden now down to Angelo. And of course, Ramsey. No, Ramsey's a myth. Wrong team. Ramsey off in the distance. But it's going to be Angelo now looking for a bit of that continuation. Maybe looking to see if they can bring in, you know, some form of a bit of repayment. Ilias is the other name that I was looking for.
You found it at the end of the day, but now let's see what opportunities Leaders Esports can find, and especially what exit strategy are they going to use to get themselves out. It's going to be Shadowin isolated within the reaches of Arab Golden, and Morteza within the reaches of either Titans or Virtual Gaming. So it is not looking good for the likes of Leaders Esports to continue their fight within the zone.
And then add to that 1 million moving through as well. And this is where the excitement boils over. It is a Shadowin met with quite a few hits. Ilias now going to be looking to find a little bit of a cheeky angle. Finds Shadowin just up ahead. Not getting the hit, but Senke doesn't worry about angles. They've got nades, right? Just send them through. And that would be it. But again, it's going to be 1 million now looking to show up with the aggression. It is going to be Morteza fending off a few defensive pushes there. But now, look at this. Senge's got the nade at the ready. Angelo just up ahead. Could this be the end? Arab Golden trying to now just piece something back together.
Oh, Wave Esports going to be relegated to only one member. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Senke to move on up with the likes of their teammates to try and take out. It's on Elias left now, up here towards the second floor, jumping on down potentially to the first, but now the jump onto Marshall might be the surprising factor. It's not going to be the case. 1 million too hot on the trigger.
Oh, up goes Virtual Gaming, rushing in on one round. Escanor now going to be meeting the inevitable end. But here we go, right? Eflex, Chico, still in contention, looking to see if they can maybe shake things up a little tad bit. But here we have it. It's going to be Virtual Gaming, holding onto the building. Oh, the nade gets sent out. Will it find one shot? No, just narrowly misses. But here we have the aggression now continuing to build. It is one shot, just trying to get themselves back into some form of safety, but the pressure is on. Eflex gets spotted and down they go.
Oh, surprise, surprise. It is going to be the crossfires that reign supreme as Virtual Gaming have a slight bit of time to reset themselves before they need to make a dash into the zone. We'll see if 1 million is going to allow them that time and safety to reset themselves, or will they be looking for the push? We can already see Morteza just adding a little bit of spice to the action, finding that nade to one shot. But now Zeus, the final remaining member here for Virtual Gaming, stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, a rock and a hard place, and maybe even some more crazy, insane plays. But here we have Lazy Boy now looking ready to move on forward. Morteza just up ahead. Oh, Zeus gets spotted out. The shots connect on through. Is it going to be the opportunity, though, for Zeus to get themselves out of this danger zone? So, Esports are going to be falling next as Titan move on forward. And there we have it. Lazy Boy puts an end to it. It is going to be Virtual Gaming sent away. Lazy Boy and the rest of 1 million now having a great opportunity to move back towards that zone. But as we know, it's been a very, very costly engagement for several teams. Right down to 9 we go.
At least for Morteza, it was the opportunity for them to get themselves into the zone, but now look who's just behind them. It is 1 million Esports, and right up ahead of them, well, it's zero tolerance. So Morteza literally sandwiched, and I do not see a way out for them unless they can just play off of the aggression of these two surrounding teams and maybe look for a quick exit out of the action.
Well, I mean, exit is not going to be a good, easy play to take at this point in time, as we are looking at a very congested eastern zone. Triple Esports sitting quite easy and comfortable towards the northern side. Lag in a very similar kind of position, but towards that southern edge. Blackjack also looking quite comfortable, but up comes Titan Gaming, now rushing in alongside Desert Flame. It is going to be, 6 and Buden to get found. Dewas falling next. And now it's all down to Flacco to see whether or not they can find that play and maybe secure a little bit of continuation. Of course, the shots connecting down onto his Titan Gaming, but up comes Blackjack looking to get their own slice of the pie.
1 million Esports confirming leaders back into the lobby, but now there's still a lot more danger just lurking in and amongst the midst. We've got Titans right up ahead of them, as we can see, and just to the right of them, it is zero tolerance. They're still fully stacked and ready to take on the likes of 1 million Esports. It's literally only zero tolerance and Triple Esports that have all of their members still alive into this final zone.
Oh, I mean, who knows where this is going to go, but it's going to be a very hairy fight right to the very, very finish. Sengay now trying to deal with that vehicle. Looking quite aggressive. Titans keeping a watchful eye here on Blackjack, of course, sending out a few nades. As you can see, Reverb now just swiftly trying to reposition themselves. That zone is going to be shifting even further down towards that southern edge, applying even more pressure on these rotations. Now, Blackjack, quite a distance away from the zone, right? They are probably going to try and make a break for it, but let's see what Titan has in store for them.
Titans, of course, we know, a very formidable force, but now it's going to be 1 million to try and snake it through into zero tolerance. As you can see, Senke going to be the first one to wrap around the corner, but they need to find Skydo up in the grasses. They will, so that puts them on equal footing.
Oh, but the hits coming through as Lord and the rest of zero tolerance are just defending this position as best they can. Senke gets taken on down as well. And now the nades flying on through. Venom trying to make a mad dash for safety. Oh, but finds a bit of a position. Lord says no. And down they go.
Oh, goodbye, goodbye. Zero tolerance, though, they will set themselves up for a little bit of continuance. Titans, in the meanwhile, looking towards Blackjack Esports here. And wow, what an opportunity Blackjack hold. They can take out the Titans. They can take them out, but what will Lag do? Now, a reach across could be the space Titans need to recover.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is, right? But Titans, they don't need any help. Already sitting on 12 eliminations to their name. Puncher leading the pack with the most damage dealt thus far. Followed closely by Teak Axa as well. P6 just a little bit away from doubling it down. But here we have now Triple Esports coming under some fire. Zero Tolerance also could be the next few victims. But Blackjack trying to find a bit of an approach to take, right? They know the Titans are held up right alongside them. They know there's several other teams positioned down in towards ruins. But how are they going to look to play this next strategy?
Blackjack also trying to recover these numbers, trying to get themselves set up, but look at that Lag moving on in with a massive closing argument. Is going to be sending Blackjack Esports with those nades back into the lobby. Now Paradox and Zero Tolerance will be the next up on the line.
Yeah, Titans holding a very strong position right here. It is Lord. Oh, not listening to the shots. Down they go. It all now comes down to only Vortex. The final hope left for the Zero Tolerance team. There's a Flame have had an opportunity to just patch themselves back up, but up comes Kakao. Says, that's nice and fancy, but let me shoot at you. While you take aim at other teams. Loving the just pure showing of confidence coming through here from Lag Esports.
Oh, it's prime DK. A9Q already within the zone, already a massive opportunity to take this further. The rest of the team, surely to follow suit, but first they might have to deal with Titans looking to clap back. They've taken out enough of our teammates, right? They want to get some revenge here, while A9Q holds down the fort. Now, Triple Esports, however, needs to be the answer to Zero Tolerance and Desert Flame Esports for these two teams to take it further.
Well, let's see how it goes. It's going to be Titan now. It's readying themselves up. Finds a bit of a hit on towards 7. Reef. But let's see. Right. Not the craziest position. The zone's now sitting between them. And they only have a few moments left before that blue zone is going to be applying even more pressure. Here we go. It's going to be that kicker. Right. That decisive moment. Kakao cooking up the nade. Could that be? Oh, so close. Finds some damage onto them. But not sufficiently so. Again. Titan having to find that approach, having to find that play to make out next, and Lag now in such a favorable position.
They're going to continue this. They have no reason to stop. Maybe even get that care package. Maybe even get themselves looted on up. Titans, at least, with those trenches, they have a little bit of cover moving on in, but they're outside of the zone, and now they're going to be forced into contention here with Desert Flame and Zero Tolerance before they even think about triple or Lag.
Well, there we go. Great shot coming through from DWAS. Finds at least one, but Buncher comes in with a quick response. P6 Buncher trying to keep up that defensive line. Vortex still in such a formidable angle here, but it is now going to be Buncher to fall next. Let's see. Could this be on the cards, right? Is Lag going to find the necessary angles on towards Titan Gaming? P6 trying to bring those reses through. Down goes Desert Flame. 4 teams remain. Triple Esports looking pretty nice and comfortable towards that northern edge. Just trying to play these ridge lines. But Lag showing up so aggressively. A9Q getting the re-knock in towards Axa. Titans just not having any of it.
No, but if Triple Esports can move on up, as we do see Vortex being sent back into the lobby thanks to Fantasy, then we might be seeing the winner chicken dinner on the cards here for Lag. It does look like they are not willing to let someone else get the win for them.
Oh, I mean, look at that. M7MD just very narrowly escaping that knock coming through from the blue zone. 7 Vibe 7, going to be keeping a slow, steady position. But, I mean, this looks like Lag. This looks like their match, right? I would be surprised if it isn't, but looking at the aggression, the strategies, the positions they've been playing, it's so favorable. Look at that. Even A9Q just reaching into M7MD. But down they go. Getting a little bit too cheeky on that one. And M7, or rather 7 Reef and Vibe 7 coming in with a quick response. Now spots the opportunity out on towards Titan Gaming. And it's all going to be down to one remaining hopeful, right? P6 trying to see if they can maybe bring Puncher back into contention, but 7 Reef now falls next. Now, Vibe 7, the final hopeful left for the side of Triple Esports.
We were looking for a duo opportunity, but Triple Esports will be sent back into the lobby. Only the 4 players on the board now. It is Titan, it is Lag, but Lag, the angles they hold, they have B6.
There we go, one down. Buncher, the only player standing between Lag and that winner chicken dinner. Are they going to be able to find it though? Such an aggressive showing coming through here from Lag, but Buncher, gets found out and down they go. Lag secures themselves the final chicken dinner right here on day number 2. Absolutely glorious showing. 13 eliminations to their name. What a way to close it out.
My neighbors are gonna hate me, but that was worth it. Man, oh man, Team Lag, let's bring it on home! 13 eliminations with the winner chicken dinner. I'm very sorry, neighbors. It was very exciting, okay? I'm sorry, please don't hate me. It was a beautiful showing there from Lag. What a massive opportunity that they had to bring in. And again, not the easiest, right? They had to take on literally so many teams towards their southern position, towards the bottom of that hilltop, but they made it work.
Yeah. Not only did they make it work, right? They just got cracked. That's what they did. They stepped up. They found great rhythm, great flow, and they just drove it all the way to the finish, right? And we know, of course, Lag starting off the day in 11th place. What a way to shake things up, bring in an absolutely phenomenal upset and a glorious way to close off our second day on the finals.
Absolutely, but of course, I need to calm down. I need to give my neighbors an opportunity to go back to sleep. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back with the tallies, with the overall rankings, and to see where Lag ended up.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! Along with the version 2.2 update, we have made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Let's take a look at the improvements. First, improvements to the controls and display. We have increased the display priority of the wheel when the throwing wheel is activated. Now it'll be easier for players to select the items they wish to throw. In this update, a countdown will be displayed whenever the play zone is going to shrink. This way, it will be made more aware of the next play zone, and players can plan their routes more effectively. We've improved the feedback effect of marked items. Whenever you tap and hold to mark an item successfully, the feedback will be more obvious. When the player is aiming down sights, the markings within the scope have been optimized, so the sight is less obscured. When a player jumps, after respawning or deploying an emergency pickup, it's now possible to mark the battleground with light columns. After a team wins, the buttons for MVP likes and summon statue will be combined. Now players can send a like automatically whenever they summon a statue. On the results screen, we have added teammate numbers, so now players can use the number to identify each other and give likes to their favorite teammates. To make spectating more convenient for players, we have tweaked the button size on the spectating screen. This reduces the chance of tapping the button by mistake. I'm sure firearm balancing is a concerning issue for many players. In this update, we have significantly improved the burst shot of both the SKS and Mini 14 by greatly improving their handling. This will increase their stability fired consecutively and increase the damage dealt to enemies. Perhaps these two firearms will become your weapon of choice after the enhancements. For airdrop weapons, we have made some adjustments to the controls and damage dealt to better balance the airdrop weapons. In the new version, there are lots of new features worth checking out. When you acquire a firearm finish of your liking, you'll definitely want to admire it from time to time. In this update, we've added a firearm inspection feature. Players can now use this to admire their favorite firearm. During combat, players can tap the emote to enter first-person perspective to inspect the current active weapon. A friendly reminder, never inspect your firearm during combat, or you might overlook the enemies before you. Do keep in mind that this feature is currently only available for certain firearms. but it will be gradually rolled out to other firearms in later versions. The recommended layout feature is one of the many new features. When players customize the controls, it's now easier to apply a custom layout recommended by the system with one tap. We've also added a trunk system. Players can now make exchanges while riding vehicles. Use this feature to exchange supplies with teammates. But remember, the size of the trunk depends on the vehicle type. The visual presentation of profile cards have been improved. Players can now set their gender on their profile cards. On the results screen, we have streamlined the results process and improved on the layout, as well as the MVP results emote. On the new results screen, assists will be included in the stats. In future matches, you can try cooperating with your teammates. Even if you don't make the final strike, assists will help boost your results. We have added stationary targets to the training grounds. After firing, the damage dealt and bullet trajectory will be displayed. This helps to more closely recreate situations that players may face in matches. To make it easier for players to practice shooting, the most recently used firearms configuration will be applied by default when entering the training grounds the next time. These are the major improvements for the basic experience in version 2.2. If you want to learn more about this update's content, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. Through water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I'll hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Fall 2022 season. Got it right this time. Of course, a very, very exciting day coming through as we've seen our 6 matches bringing through some very surprising and satisfying action from our teams. Of course, we did have 2 repeat offenders, right? Picking up 2 winner-winner chicken dinners again each, right? Well, 1 chicken dinner each, putting them on a collective 2. But we also had a few other teams rising to the occasion in our very last match as we are taking a look at these lovely match rankings. It was none other than TEAMLAG showing some crazy skills, locking in 28 points in total with 13 eliminations. And of course, what a beautiful chicken dinner.
And just one away from copying the likes of Titan, Slime from Katie, and 1 million esports. But it's okay. 13 is pretty darn impressive. Of course, taking out the likes of Titan Gaming in the process as well, who picked up 15 eliminations. Yeesh. Okay, no, we've stepped it up real good. But of course, Zero Tolerance, a few others like 1 million, picking up massive eliminations there into the final moments, which were absolutely stacked with opportunity. Of course, 1 million, they had massive opportunity right from the get-go, but that final fight there towards Sunken City is unfortunately what put an end to the carnage that they were looking to bring.
Yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? But as we can see, this first page is showing some really impressive figures. Of course, the leaders sitting there with their 4. We got 1 million locked in on 9 eliminations. I mean, some pretty strong performances coming in. But that only then means, right, is one thing. The second page, not going to have as many points on it because all of it is pretty much occupied on that first page. And of course, well, yeah, how true it is, right? We can see Virtual Gaming sitting there with 2 eliminations, a grand total of 3. Then we got Wave Esports, Slime for KT, Soul Esports, and of course, One Round Esports sitting on 2 points respectively.
I mean, it was a good setup one way or another, just a little bit of points just to add to the overall tally. And the teams, well, they will have to be okay with that because that's going to be the last map of the day. So the only other opportunities are going to wait for them tomorrow. Hopefully they will have everything set and prepped up because it is going to be a crazy set of matches as the teams make their final push for the top 6 to get themselves into the MEA champs. So yeah, DK, we have seen a very interesting trend. Yesterday, we had a very good spread of points, even on towards the second page. We had our top 5s consistently finding themselves in the double-digit marker. Today, it is definitely looking a lot more top-heavy, in terms of just how these teams have been picking up the points. We even have a few, conjections where we have had more than one team, even 3 teams up until one point, picking up 20-plus points.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty crazy day, and it's not going to be ending anytime soon, right? We still have one more day of action to go, but let's take a look and see what the point situation is after the second day of carnage. It is going to be Titan Gaming now joining 1 million in the 200s club, right? Sitting on 220, 210 points each. And of course, as we look at the players there from Virtual Gaming Squad, rising to the occasion with a 2 winner chicken dinners, 181 points. But Slime, also 2 chickens, sitting on 167. Leaders showing something very familiar to them, right? Holding on to a very contentious position and doing so without a single winner chicken dinner.
It's massive, but again, it's that consistency that chimes on through. So already on this page, we have 2 teams who doubled it up today, but we know it didn't stop there. We know that it continued soon moving into the next page. But okay, let's keep track of the numbers here. TEAMLAG on 148. That is the ballpark. That is the finishing line or the opening line to get yourself a spot in the MEA champs. As we take a look at that second page, it is going to come down to these teams to catch up to the likes of TEAMLAG, who have stepped up significantly moving into today. I mean, that was their first winner chicken dinner, and you wouldn't say so by the confidence they were showing in the final zone.
Yeah, I mean, they've risen 5 slots, right? Starting off in 11th, finishing in 6th for this day. I mean, what a phenomenal performance it was. I mean, they little bit more than doubled their points, right? They started the day off with 73 points, right? And they ended 2 points higher than double what they found in the very first day. So an absolutely glorious showing coming in with 75 points for today. So gotta love the efforts being brought through as the teams keep on changing it up, right? Bring in that continual excitement. But of course, speaking about the excitement, we are going to be moving through onto our second page. And as you said, the number to remember was 131. So 6 points away is where we find the players from Triple Esports sat in 9th place.
Massive. Just closing that gap, getting yourself into an opportunity where you could be getting yourself into that 6th place. I believe it was 148, so it's a little bit more, but it's still incredibly doable. I mean, to get yourself from 9th place into 6th into literally an MEA champ slot, that's not a lot. It's not a lot to ask from these teams, especially based on the fact that we've already been seeing, I mean, a team like Lag, who came in today, as you mentioned, in this side of things, and picked up nearly as much points as we had Virtual Gaming, our top risers from yesterday, picking up in totality. So huge opportunities. And of course, we still take a look at the likes, of course, as Zero Tolerance have doubled up their winner chicken dinners.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, going from 1 to 2, right? But not only that, they've also doubled their points, right? Starting the day with 66 points, sitting on 121. So a few shy of an exact double, but, you know, pretty strong effort being brought in here by Zero Tolerance as well. Of course, we look on towards Triple Esports. They've also doubled their points, so I'm loving the doubling down that the teams are bringing through. Sadly, I noticed Team Myth, right? In Game 5 and 6, they made the multiple stops at the bakery, right? And that's why we're not seeing a higher position coming through from Team Myth. So that is definitely going to be the focus to come tomorrow, right? Myth, they need to stay away from the bakery. Instead, lock in those points, because walking away with a bag of donuts, I mean, it might fill your tummy momentarily, but it's not going to push you up the overall rankings.
No, not necessarily. But we know they picked up, I think it was upwards of 68 points yesterday alone, just with their performance. So they still can replicate that moving into tomorrow. We've already seen them do it once. Maybe just do it twice, right? Why break it if it's already fixed? It's just so good from these teams. But of course, the changes that we've seen today already, the doubling up for some of our teams, already a few more teams jumping into the winner chicken dinners, stepping up, making leaps and bounds over the overall rankings, have showcased that the teams are here to play, that they have done the work that they needed to. But what else can we really expect from them coming back tomorrow, other than, well, the other teams that were quiet in the last 2 days stepping up as well, making it incredibly difficult for the teams towards the top of the standings to stay where they're at and not have to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, because, I mean, we did have that slight bit of separation happening between the top 5 teams and the rest, right? But looking at the point situation, that has changed up. It is still a very contentious position. I mean, that kind of gatekeep position has slightly expanded to the top 7, potentially the top 8 points, depending on, you know, how much you look and lean towards the feasibility of teams really bringing in those upsets. But of course, we'd love to hear what our viewers are thinking about what they saw happening out on the battlefield today, right? Hit us up on YouTube, Facebook, as well as on TikTok. And be sure to include the hashtag, right? Hashtag PMPL Africa. It just makes it easier for us to find it, right? And if you give a very crazy prediction or, I don't know, whatever, you know, we can read it, we can find it, and we can maybe give you a shout out. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'll leave that to DK. He's good at remembering things. I'm not. So, DK, that is solely and fully on you for tomorrow, okay? I want to see at least one shout out tomorrow to the viewers.
Well, they know what to do. They know what to do. Use the hashtag and hit us up on socials.
Absolutely. But tomorrow is going to be an absolutely stacked set of games. We're going to be going back to the same old, the Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel loop that we have seen time in and time out. And once again, it is going to be the last gauntlet for these teams to prove how resilient they have become from last season into this season and how many changes they've had to employ just to get to this point. Of course, we know the Titans, the 1 millions, the Slime 4KTs, the Virtual Gamings, they are sitting very pretty towards the top of those overall standings. But for how much longer? Because you've already seen Virtual Gaming at least top the likes of Titans in a day.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary, right? It's quite scary to look at all these beasts out on the field. Of course, speaking about beasts, we're going to have to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, a big shout out going out to Oppo. So, born to win, welcome to the exciting match brought to you by Oppo. Get your gamer mode on with the much loved Reno 7 series. And I can tell you, right, that is one thing that you can wake me up in my sleep and I'll still be able to say that exactly the same. Don't try it because I appreciate my sleep. But either which way, of course, much love going out to all our sponsors for making such an amazing event possible. And these teams, of course, rising to the occasion, bring in some very satisfying action and, you know, some very unexpected upsets, which we were kind of low-key hoping for.
I mean, that last map there from Lag, that... Oh, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight, unfortunately, because that raised my energy levels to a completely different high. I wasn't expecting it moving into that lost Erangel, especially with the way that the zone has been pulling, the way that, unfortunately, some of the teams, you know, were having to deal with those crazy rotations, especially the likes of Titans and Triple. Former winner chicken dinner winners in that final zone, in contention with the same numbers that Lag actually had to work with, yet they made it work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm just happier that I said their name properly. I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why they got the winner chicken dinner, right?
To prove you
I don't
wrong.
know.
Yeah.
Could it be? I don't know, right? I'm not gonna attempt anything with that. But a very, very satisfying day with the action that we've had come through. I mean, we saw the likes of Desert Flame also rising up, locking in their own winner chicken dinner. We had Triple Esports locking in a winner chicken dinner. And then, of course, a very surprising one, or not surprising, but very satisfying performance coming through from Lag in this very last match. Just a, beautiful execution coming in the way of these performances. But, of course, there's been other teams, right? Zero Tolerance also doubling down, locking in yet another winner chicken dinner. We had the likes of the players from Virtual Gaming rising to the occasion in that match number 2. And then, of course, who can forget, right? Slime 4KT also getting that very first one. They closed off yesterday with the winner chicken dinner. Today, they kicked it off. So quite a bit of excitement coming through as the teams continue to surprise us. So we'd love to hear what you guys think about what we could be seeing come tomorrow, right? Tomorrow is going to be that last day, the last opportunity, the final 6 matches. And that is going to be an absolutely exciting day. So be sure to join us for all the action the Africa region has to offer. Until tomorrow, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we look forward to seeing you all back again as we continue with the last day right here on the finals.
Going to be an absolutely stacked DK. I think you need to be able to get some good sleep, right? You need to make sure that you've got the energy levels to work with the spice that these teams are going to be bringing back tomorrow, because they haven't finished, just like we haven't finished just quite yet. They are coming back stronger, better than ever tomorrow.
Yeah, and that only makes us, even more excited to see what day number 3 will hold in store as the teams have been just evolving so exceptionally. I mean, we've spoke about this numerous times, and it is the fact just once again. But this makes me so excited to see what will come through, right? As we know, teams are going to be progressing from here into the MEA Championships. We know the teams participating in the PMPL Arabia, also some very, very phenomenal forces to be reckoned with. So it's going to be quite the clash of the Titans, right? Maybe the Titans could be one of them. But, of course, as we know, we are going to be wrapping up the proceedings for this evening. So, again, I'll say, stay fresh, stay frosty, and see you all back again tomorrow.
Save a little something for the next round. Save a little something for the next round.
demons, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together.